Hi everyone, welcome to another edition of Britfeel Radio. I'm your host as always, Monica M. White. Monica A. White, because my middle initial is Amber. My middle name is Amber. Okay, or maybe my name's Amber Monica White. I've not quite decided yet. Well, maybe I'll let one of my viewers decide. Okay guys, so just waiting for people to remember to refresh the page to get the podcast to start. Just let them know. Okay then, so we've got a ton of guests lined up for you today and a ton of topics. But first of all, I'll just tell you about how my day's been, because I know that's what a lot of you are interested in. So tomorrow I've got tea with the girls lined up. We're going to a tea room and we're going to have breakfast and tea. So since being more open about my gender identity, I have found that I have been getting along better with women, such as the woman I work with, my cousin. And today, when I went shopping, an old woman on the street, she said she liked my top. That was really nice of her. So it's been a good day. Sorry, my throat's going a little bit. So yes, it's been a nice day for me. I've also started playing quite a bit of Persona 5 Royal. So Persona 5 was one of my favourite games of all time, and I'm enjoying Royals just as much. Okay, I'm just letting everyone know that we're live now. Thanks for tuning in a little bit early. Yes, sharing the message, guys. Sharing the love. Okay, I'll be back with you in just a moment, just to make sure everyone's aware. Okay, just about done. Okay. What you might be wondering about one of the former contributors, Shout Nonce. Yeah, he has been kicked off the show. We had a lot of viewer feedback who said that they found him annoying and a poor contributor.
This is radio with no guests.
I was just speaking to our listeners there. Thank you for interrupting.
It's fine.
Okay, so yeah, as you can see, my transition is going well, and Manchester. I'm sorry, what was that? Actually, no, I'm not interested. I'm not interested, actually. It's fine.
That picture you posted the other day, and you look ropey.
Yeah, and you look like a cunt no matter what.
Yeah, but it's part of my charm. I think people like that about me.
No, they don't. They like absolutely nothing about you. As I was saying anyway.
I've got a wide plethora of friends.
Right, sure, of course. Anyway, as I was saying, so Manchester has lifted its restrictions on being able to perform laser on the face, so I will be getting my laser treatments again, resuming them in a few days' time.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Again, I've had it done before, but I've had some regrowths, so I need some touch-ups. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys can hear me loud and clear, right?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Just want to make sure, because usually I have my laptop on a plastic stand so the microphone works better, but now it's sitting on a cardboard box, so.
Oh yeah, so I've started using my Amazon Alexa device, recently. It's very good for playing rain sounds when you're trying to sleep.
You're not scared about the Jews listening in, stealing all your
If you've
data?
got nothing good to say, don't say anything at all.
Steal your foreskin.
Yeah.
Amazon Amazon circumcision. It wouldn't surprise me. Give it 50 years, it'll happen.
Well, that's an idea, but I think you're just being a bit paranoid. There's nothing fascinating here to listen
Have you
to.
never had targeted ads, like you'll message someone about a product or you'll talk about it around your phone and then you start seeing ads for it all of a sudden?
Yeah, that shit happens to me all the time.
Yeah, it's like it's not paranoia, Perlaboo. It's the real world.
Okay.
I mean, there's a fine line between, there's like three different modes. You have to be in the middle. Like the mode A is, oh, nothing bad ever happens. The government doesn't listen to me. Corporations don't listen to me. And then, there's the whole, they're trying to, put, what was the fucking Alex Jones line? Put something in the water to make the frogs gay. And you got to be in the middle. Like, of course, they're paying attention.
They did make the frogs gay, though. To be fair.
Wait, that wasn't a meme?
No, they were like dumping chemicals in the water that were like high in estrogen or something like that, or having an adverse effect of making like frogs hermaphroditic or whatever.
No fucking way! You're kidding me! I also thought I'm gonna
like some
Google.
literal like chemical thing that would there's been like studies that the frog populations are higher in homosexual rates and lower in birth rates and stuff due to like runoffs.
Obviously, that just makes sense because we know estrogen has an effect on your body. That's why I'm taking it.
That is, I found an article Newsweek. That is so wild. That is so crazy. I learned something today. Thanks, man.
Thing is, Alex Jones is kind of like the idea. I think of him is he makes like a really brash, outlandish statement, and sort of like backtracks it a little bit, and then makes it a little bit more reasonable. Like the more you listen, and I think he's trying to get the attention and the clicks and the views, the big sort of grandiose statements.
So, okay, I'm just turning some German volume down. And yeah, I'm not too sure how to turn my own volume up.
Turn your microphone up, or you can. There's a if you go on the settings, there's a voice and audio thingy where you can do it on Discord.
Yeah, there's like user settings, and you go to I think voice and video, and you can play around with that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Output volume, is that it?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, most likely.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, great.
Wait, how loud am I?
No, I'm sure you're fine now. I just
okay.
I had you at like 150% or something.
Do I have to start barking orders? But I can't start screaming into the middle of the night. I don't want to get beaten up by the Turks.
So what would you say in England? What we often say is that immigrants built the country. Would you say it's the same in Germany?
I'd say that people who say that about Britain are being pretty much entirely wrong.
Well, I mean, Germany was destroyed just like 70 years ago. And
yeah. Well, it depends. Do you count if you count East Germans as immigrants? That's kind of a running gag in Germany, But no, I would say not really. I mean, to a certain extent that Middle Eastern and Vietnamese culture has affected German culture, but not to the extent I'd say in the United States, where you have a clear influences from various ethnic minorities. So I'd say you can tell there's certain stuff here in Germany, but not to, I'd say, an extent outside of maybe minor cultural feedback.
Okay, so I've been told that my volume is far too quiet. I am trying to adjust my voice right now, so that might be why. But I will just get my work microphone, the one that I use at a call center, so that is professional quality. And we'll see if that makes any difference. So
Yes, you're on the radio.
So I'll just go on
Very quiet there.
I'll just go on a hiatus for 2 minutes while I set this up. It's going to be a bit uncomfortable now to wear something that I would at work. But
I would like to inform you, Miss Radio fan, that I can barely hear you at all.
Okay, I'm putting my thing on. Okay, thank you. Right, so, oh, right, okay then. Well, that is, again, this is professional quality. This is the one that I use at a call centre. It's probably worth about £50 or so. Oh, well, I have also been doing some voice training, so that probably contributes. Okay, so I'm not too sure if okay, testing 1 2 3. Okay, yes, I heard them just then. I'll just turn their volume up so we can all, because they were very quiet. Okay. Okay, I'm not too sure if this mic is like registered to the streaming software, so I'm just going to ask our listeners. I'm just going to ask if can you hear us all now? There we go. Okay, if I do seem a bit distracted, it's just that I need to get to a point in Persona 5 Royal where I can save. That's all. Well, I really think he. I think I just heard a little boy in the distance. It's definitely a boy. Okay, I'm just adjusting everyone's volumes so it all balances out. Okay, well, yeah, okay. Yeah, they're clearly a female to male based on what I can hear. So, I know these sorts of things. Okay. Well, I think as a male to female, I don't think I could ever understand a female to male like yourself. I'm sure you feel the same way about someone like myself, of course. So when did you decide to transition, and was it a difficult journey? Did you find much support? Okay, well, fuck you too. Okay. Well, moving on. Yeah, again, I don't mean to be rude, but I think you need to like get your mic sorted, or you know. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, but you just don't sound right. You sound like an actual fucking kid. You need to go. Yeah, exactly. You hit the nail on the head there. His mic. It's his issue. Okay. So, maybe. Um. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's just get into our real topics. Yeah, sure, of course. That's a lie because we know that bottom surgery is terrible for both men and women, and I don't think anyone would want it by choice. Oh, bottom surgery. I got it mixed up. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Right, moving on. No, it's fine. Just shut up. What do so our first topic of the day is what do British people think of Angela Merkel? Now, okay. Well, thanks for that worthless opinion. Um, I think she's very inspirational as a woman, and I'd say she's perhaps one of the greatest female leaders in the history of the world. The only comparable ones I can think of are Catherine the Great and Queen Victoria. So I'd say she's perhaps in the top 3 of all time. So she's ahead of the likes of... No, that's not true. Is Merkel Hitler's granddaughter? Exactly. So yeah, she's ahead of the likes. Well, that's actually a very valid point. Thank you for bringing it up. There have been a lot of notable women in Scandinavian politics. I'd say more at the level of MP rather than leader of the country, though there have been quite a lot, which is admirable and something that we should aspire to. But I don't think there've been any breakout story. Yeah, well, I'm pissed. Hmm. Yeah, that is actually the cliche name for trans men. Would you be an Aiden? Yuck. I don't think I can sleep with a guy called Bert. Oh, sod off. You're being a bigot. Oh, kind of like how mine's a racially neutral name. Sorry? What do you mean, no? Okay, that's strike 2. Nothing's going on at all. Just letting you know. Oh, you can only hear you. Oh, that's why people have been losing interest in the last few minutes. Like I thought, it was only my mic that was registered. Okay. Let's see what I can do about that. Settings. Yeah, don't use that word. I don't care. It's offensive. Oh, there we go. Okay. Testing, testing. I'm just, you know what? I'm just gonna take my mic off and I'm gonna listen to the stream itself, and then, okay, and then I'll be able to confirm. Oh wait, what would be the best way to do it? Okay, well I'm just gonna play it. Oh, there might be some issues. You need to stop talking, sorry, it's just that I'm testing the... Oh, for fuck's sake, stop talking! Stop talking! Oh, God's... Okay, so it was just me speaking to myself like a mad woman. Okay. Right, let's see. Just gonna take another look at the settings. Um, so... Okay. Okay, let's go back. Okay, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Now someone else say something. Again? No, you gotta say testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's fine. You seem a bit quiet though. I mean, I can hear you perfectly fine, but the streaming thing's picking you up a bit quietly. Oh wait, it might just be because you're coming across on the wrong audio. Hold on, let me just edit this again. Again, sorry, it's a bit much. You're a fucking cunt, that's what's happening, and you're useless. You're absolutely useless. I think it might just be because your audio is... hold on. Wait. Okay, talk again. Now, like testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. No, I don't think that was right. Yes, I know you can fucking hear everyone. How do you know? How do you know? How about you? No, it's not, is it? Oh, that's the closest you've come to gendering me correctly.
Um, hmm. Oh, fuck's sake. Uh, wait, I've got an idea. Okay.
How are you doing?
Yeah, there we go. That's sorted. Yeah, and it should be fixed now.
Oh,
Yeah.
alright.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry. When was the last time you set up a radio stream and got it working entirely 100% correctly?
Once.
4 weeks ago.
In English.
Yeah, it was English. I mean, it's two Indian guys, so it's pretty weird English, but yeah.
India. Yeah, I don't understand. Why is it that a lot of my white friends associate with non-whites? It really devalues you in my eyes.
What do you
I've got a
mean?
black friend.
Like
Haven't
you're
seen him
not
for a while,
good
though.
enough to have white friends.
Money, what race do you think I am?
You're
Definitely
clearly,
white.
yeah, very, very white.
100%. Like, tiny and blonde Aryan Ganymede.
You're definitely blondish, mousy brown hair.
Oh, yeah.
I bet you wear glasses too, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
You can't get one of my glasses.
I can
Give
tell.
me. Oh, yeah, shout out, man. Give me that Twin Fantasy.
No. I'm not playing into that homo shit.
Homo shit. That's not a very nice term to be using.
Hey, I fucked enough, man. I'm not offended.
I'm offended on
There are
behalf
things
of
for it to be
my
called.
LGBT brothers and sisters and non-binary people.
I don't give a
Maybe
shit.
announce to the audience now that who you've got on, considering the stream's finally up and running.
Just fuck off, will you? Fuck off.
No, I'll let you.
I met Money at an MTG card event, and she invited me to come on the radio. Because I'm
No, I don't think that's true at all.
Let's pretend. Let's pretend.
I have met people at MTG events. There are a lot of trans people, but I don't believe I've ever... Actually, I think I might have actually met a trans man. He was with a group of a few others, including an Indian. Yeah. They looked very silly because they were quite skinny, and you could see there was no bulge in their pants. In their jeans.
Why would you look?
Because Moni has good taste, that's why.
I like checking out people's outfits.
Moni
This is why we need to wear prosthetics all day, and it's really uncomfortable and sweaty.
This is the best fucking radio episode we had in a long time.
Just because we're not sure about your age, you can't talk about anything sexual. So.
I'm 20. I told you.
Okay, there we go. That's
Yeah,
on audio now. That's recorded. That's fine. We're sorted.
Just like Jeffrey Epstein's boyfriend was like 20 or something. Yeah. 20 minus 8 is still 20, you know?
20 is what you wanted me to say, right?
I can be any age you want, Daddy.
Oh, just gotta let
This is too much.
I just let people know that who everyone is. Sorry, just gotta interact with our audience. Feel free to speak amongst yourselves. I'm just explaining why I'm a bit quiet for a moment.
Did the trannies wish you could switch voices with each other?
Well, obviously.
Because you sound more masculine than the male, and you sound more feminine than the female, so... Yeah.
That's your opinion.
I'd say...
My voice will deepen as the hormone treatment progresses, I think.
What? We can't hear a thing they are saying, you maniac. Well, I'm sure the audio is working correctly now. I'm certain of it.
Yeah, I can hear the audio. I'll just put the stream on.
Okay, I'll just max out people's volumes then.
It's going to be really loud.
What's that supposed to mean?
I mean, for some people who have autism, like loud noises are really.
Fine. I'll lower it then. It's fine.
Sweet cheeks, everybody here is autistic. That explains why we're here in the first place.
Oh, can't hear the non-sing victim very well. I think they're referring to you. Yes, you are very quiet, but that's fine. Because that's just how you are. So I guess I just have to turn everyone else down so they match you. So then people can turn it up. And then everyone's the same, I guess.
Just do it instead of fucking voicing it over. How about that?
That's alright. I'm used to being ignored anyway.
We gotta have that play-by-play for maximum.
That way you chose such a radical lifestyle.
Okay. Right now, starting over again. Just before we move on to our actual topics, we just need our guest to just tell us which board they're from, how long they've been hosting there, and why. Our guest.
Well, I guess I'm the guest.
Yes.
Well, you know, I've been posting on Britfeel for the past couple of years, but before that, I don't know, I'm really more of a TV poster. I really like the threads there, especially the Doctor Who General. Like, that was one of my favourites.
Oh my god.
Oh, Christ.
How autistic are you on a scale of 1 to 10?
I post on Co a lot. For the
Super autistic then. Yeah.
Oh, cool. That'll be some interesting discussions.
Right. Okay.
How old were you when you were diagnosed with autism?
I don't have autism.
Oh, so you're not diagnosed yet? Okay, cool.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Not diagnosed yet.
Yeah, he's hilarious. We know. Ugh.
Yeah.
Okay, great. You've got some great credentials there. That's fine. TV is a garbage board, but at least you can turn yourself to a general, much like we do on R9K. Okay. Let's just move on to our first real topic then. Our second real topic.
Sneed and feed.
Chuck Sneed and Feed, formerly was the other thing. Fred's.
Okay. We're just going to move on to a topic. So, British and Australian relations, what are they like? I'd say they're very good, but I hear Australia is moving away from Britain a little bit because they're like closer to America, so it's harder for us to control them.
Did you know that Event Horizon, Sam Neill actually requested that the Australian flag on his spacesuit was changed to include the Aboriginal flag instead of the United Kingdom flag?
Oh,
Yes,
that's very nice. That is very, very nice, and I respect him a lot more for that.
Kind of bizarre, but okay. Sure, whatever floats your boat.
Well, that's not bizarre at all. That's really heroic.
I mean, it's not really heroic. I mean, dying in battle is heroic, you know, staging a revolution to destroy...
Genociding a group of people so they stop wasting the resources, that's heroic.
That's not heroic either, just I think it's, you know, it's fine and dandy, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really solve anything.
Nothing ever does.
Fair enough. Well, nukes sometimes solve things.
That's all the wind blows.
I'm sorry, but do you have any idea how poorly the Aborigines have been treated in Australia?
Yeah, I know.
Have you any idea how bad the Aborigines treated each other in Australia?
I wasn't saying that...
and child rape. You'd condone that, wouldn't you, Pearl, you piece of shit?
Wait, let me explain. I'm not condoning, you know, the Australian government's or the British government back in the days treatment of their original people. I'm just saying, you know...
Alright, bro, can I have some smokes and gasoline?
What I'm saying is that it doesn't really help anybody just, you know, change a flag or, you know, slap on a sticker or whatever and then say, oh, I fixed the problem. I fixed generations of poverty, institutional racism, and, you know, all that stuff. I think it's...
They do deserve they are subhuman.
It's not even a first step. It's just kind of like a, look, I'm so precious and woke. I didn't even do anything, but okay.
They definitely look like different species to us, though, right? We can all agree on that.
Nah, man.
Well, have you seen their skulls, their faces? They are different breeds, man.
No, we don't. No, stop that.
Why do they have to make community songs about not sleeping in the roads? Why do they have to make community songs about not drinking gasoline?
Stop this. This is not a racist podcast.
Yeah, the only
Fine
race
praise.
the only race we're allowed to make fun of is the Chinese because they actually deserve it.
Also, whites later on,
Not
but
anymore. After the China virus thing, we're not allowed to diss China anymore.
Nah, they can get fucked. They started it. They have to pay for it.
yep, okay, good. I do agree with
all
that
of the
statement.
sleeping in the road and the drinking gasoline, I still feel like the Aboriginals have really benefited from Australia being colonised.
Oh, did they also benefit from having their children stolen away
Probably because they
and
were eating
women
and forcing them.
raped?
I mean,
I want to rape one of their women. Let's be honest. I mean,
Well,
there's koala bears out there. I mean, they're pretty cute.
yeah, because koalas are. But the fucking Liberal Party in Australia wants to kill all the koalas. So yeah, fuck. Oh yeah, let me make this clear. Fuck Gladys Berejiklian and Clive Palmer is a fatty McFuckhead. I'm 2 years late on that one, but might as well do it now.
Okay.
Who are they?
They're both Australian politicians. Clive Palmer specifically is basically he. What he basically did is that he did his absolute best to make sure his workers did not get paid their fair share, and made them sign a non-disclosure agreement for any possible mistreatment he gave them. That he'd only pay them if they signed that, so they weren't allowed to complain, they weren't allowed to unionize. Later on, he basically tried to sue a YouTuber for a couple million Australian dollars, which is equivalent to like £50. Lol. No, but seriously. He sued a Australian YouTuber by the name of Friendly Jordis for a couple million because this YouTuber tried to expose him and say this guy has been screwing over his workers for a long time.
that's not very interesting. I'm sorry, but
And Gladys Berejiklian tried to demolish a wildlife preserve for koalas that koalas are using specifically for breeding, so she could build a literal gravel pit.
I just
Living
want
with
to
gravel.
remind our listeners that this is not a literal child. They have said they are 20 years old. Okay.
How do we feel about Tony Abbott becoming trade envoy to the UK?
I don't think it's a
Fucking
proper
get some
job.
trade deals, sure.
It's just a paycheck. At the end of the
We
day,
got a really good one with Japan recently. I was reading up on that. So we're going to be able to get all our anime, all our Dakimura, all our anime figurines in. Super cheap. Video games will be cheaper.
no,
But
they
we'll have to see.
won't.
But we'll have to see who the replacement for Shinzo Abe is going to be.
I think it might be Hakamaru Wabu, because yeah, I've been following Japanese politics very closely. He's the current trade and finance minister over there, and he's part of the Japanese national diet for the last 7 years.
He's part of the LDP, right?
Yes, he is also
Oh, okay.
LGBT.
No, LDP, not LDP, the party in Japan, the only ruling party in Japan that ever has a chance at, political leadership.
Oh, yeah, he's that as well.
Okay, then that's good. So, because basically what I understood is that Shinzo Abe had already, agreed to appoint well, not really appoint somebody, but basically he had already agreed with him that it would be somebody one of his close confidants.
Okay, very fascinating. So let's just move on to our next topic, shall we? So it's a long one. I'm just going to have to get the original title up. So regarding,
Vice.
that's not the full topic. The actual topic is, does the quality of Vice's documentaries
I've
upset
never
their
really
piss poor
watched
news
Vice.
site? Well, that's because you're too young. They made some very good documentaries in the past. A very famous one was on North Korea. That's probably the
Yeah,
most
yeah.
famous one.
The fat Canadian guy who went to North Korea. That was awesome.
Yeah,
I don't think I really like Vice's style of documentaries. It's not so much documenting the facts. It's here's me hanging around while things are going on around me, and look how cool I am while it's going on. It's very self-serving. It's all about pumping up their ego, or it's more of a project piece for them to showcase how cool they are in different settings or
yeah.
But
different
but you need to
scenarios.
ask yourself what the point of a documentary is for the viewer to learn something about a specific situation, and
Yeah,
also
but I felt
and also to be entertained. And in my case,
yeah, but
both of these things were filled.
in my case they weren't.
Okay.
Well, I would also say that the documentaries are very cool, and trendy and a lot more engaging than some of the more bland ones that exist out there. They also find unique topics that haven't been done a million times before. Um, but I'm just going to take a look at their website now and just give you some of the headlines they have up.
Yeah, Vice News is garbage, but the documentaries are good.
There are some okay ones. They're just very left-leaning, that's all.
There's a difference between, classically educated left-leaning and look at me, mom, I just joined college left-leaning. It's just...
What was that noise in the background?
Oh, that's probably the migrant... That's probably the migrant children outside my house trying to beat the shit out of each other. I'll go close the window.
Oh,
Excuse me?
Well, there's some news that you won't find other places, like 4 cops were just fired for shooting a man 21 times when he was already down. The mainstream news will probably try and bury that story. And Kanye West's senior campaign advisor also aided far-right Swedish nationalists. Those are some really fascinating topics, and I didn't see those on BBC News.
Okay, I'm back. What did I miss?
Just some of the top articles on Vice News are actually looking quite interesting based on the headlines, and you wouldn't actually find them in other places. So I'm going to have to dispute that Vice News is a poor news source. They've got Kanye West senior campaign advisor also aided far-right Swedish nationalists, and 4 cops were just fired for shooting a man 21 times when he was already down.
Well, that's just like Wednesday in America, or what day of the week is it? Thursday,
Maybe
Friday in
Sunday.
America. I mean, shooting a guy 21 times when you're playing, I mean, even for the fucking Americans, it's a bit overkill. It's like, was it like that scene from RoboCop?
Which RoboCop?
The really old one where they show like the guy, and they have like these really crude physical special effects, being shot with a minigun, and he's like, and all like the guts and whatever.
It goes quick though. Like, how many bullets in a clip? 6, and then you've got like 4 officers. You
Nah,
can
no,
do that in only a couple of seconds.
no, it's more than 6. It's like 15, I think, 7 to 15, depending on the model. I don't know. I don't know that much about guns. Just the basics. I mean, I could load one and fire one, but that's about it.
Do you own a gun? Are you allowed to own guns in Germany?
Oh, you are allowed to own guns, but you have to go through like a bunch of hoops and shit.
Oh.
I've only shot a gun once or twice when I was on a vacation in the United States, but so I know I know the idiot's guide to guns, but that's about it. So this is the clip. You stick it in the gun, and then you pull the thing back, and then you put the safety, and then you shoot it, and then try not to hit a black guy, otherwise you'll get sued.
Okay.
No, it's okay to shoot the black guy, but if you shoot a white guy, then you'll get sued. That's how it works in the United States.
Okay.
Just
responding to someone. Responding to someone, that's all. Okay, so another one of the talking points we have for today is regarding ideology. The full topic is actually just a second. Due to the way that mass media, especially the kind built off of fictional properties like Marvel and Star Wars, has infiltrated the public consciousness, do we need to fear that we may become ideological dependent on non-existent realities and ones at that who have the sole purpose of making money? An example of this would be those women who compare everything to Harry Potter. So a very deep topic there, and it's very complex as well. I think we're already seeing a lot of young men, particularly incels, becoming obsessed with Marvel films, like Tim Pool.
Wait, I gotta, as a artist myself and a former Marvel enthusiast, the incels aren't the ones who are watching the movies. The teen girls are watching the Marvel movies. The incels are reading the comics and complaining about the comics, and then realizing everything past the 90s kind of sucked ass, and then going back to the Jim Lee X-Men, and then jerking off over 90s Rogue. Or in my case, 90s Cyclops. But
it's a very small minority that read comic books, and incels are very into Marvel superheroes, especially the alt-right community.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they're like Tim Pool, for example, would draw as examples to Marvel films when he brings up his political talking points. And
Ooh, I'm curious. I've never heard of an alt-right individual, actually liking Marvel.
they only complain about it when women and minorities get involved. They're,
Oh,
but
you mean
they
like
do
the?
care. They do care about it. That's why they bring it up because it's
It's
them invading their thing.
it's not really them actually caring about it. It's more like, this is something I can complain about, so I will complain about it. Nobody gave two rats of an ass about Captain Marvel. Like, she was always a boring character. Captain Marvel was never an interesting character throughout, like,
Okay.
since the 60s. And the only reason they started caring about it suddenly is because, oh no, the fucking movie and the vagina. It's just retarded.
I just need to say, Radio Boy, you need to try and sort out your audio and become a bit louder. We do have quite a few complaints regarding you. So, yeah.
I've not been talking.
I mean, in general.
Actually, on the topic of alt-right superheroes, have you guys been watching The Boys? Because they've got Stormfront,
Yeah,
who's like
boy.
the literal incarnation of Stormfront on the website. It's so cool.
Oh, have you read the Boys the comic?
Okay, just to clarify,
No, but I've seen some of it.
Stormfront is far right, Homelander is alt right, or
No,
Is what?
Homelander is very.
regular right,
He's more like Tea Party conservative.
but he appeals to the alt right.
Yeah, not really. For the alt right, he doesn't go far enough. He's more like about America. If he was alt right, then he'd just be about white stuff in general.
Okay, but he's what incel types on the internet see themselves as.
That's kind of a stretch.
Or, well, that's how I see him
I
as.
would have thought that the insults would identify more with Huey.
You'd
Yeah,
think, no,
yeah.
that's who they actually are, but Homelander's who they want to be, so that's who they latch onto,
I've never heard of that.
because they're
I talked to
delusional.
internet artists all day on the chans, but
They love Homelander on TV. That is
okay,
proving it.
I never go on TV to be fair. I only go on Co. And most people on Co, they either they want to be the fucking comic version of Stormfront as a meme, because comic version of Stormfront is much much worse than the TV one. But
So far,
yeah, I mean the comic one is like straight up. He doesn't even hide that he's like a straight up full blown Nazi. He's like doing the fucking Hitler salute every second panel, is screaming German racial slurs. It's fucking crazy, man.
okay. Yeah. Well, we're only 3 episodes in right now, aren't we? Because the newer episodes haven't dropped yet. So, oh, okay. The fourth one just came out. Okay, cool.
No, the first three,
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
Episode 4 came out today.
All right. Well, we don't need spoilers.
Wait,
Okay.
the fourth one came out today?
Yeah, this morning.
Fuck yeah, I know what I'm doing tomorrow, or after the radio, depending on how long I stay up.
There's a lot of talk about Stormfront being trans. On TV, they consider that canon.
Ay, geweld.
I think it's a comic theory.
Okay.
Because in the original,
Yeah,
he's like
yeah.
a general
Like,
or something. And
yeah,
they're
he's
saying
like,
that maybe the Stormfront
yeah.
is one of the scientists.
Sorry, I missed some of that. I think there was some speaking over each other there. So what's that about him and being trans in the comics?
What's that sound in the background?
Just gonna kick him. Actually, no, I won't kick him. I'll just disconnect him or something. Let's see.
Hi.
I'm not. Oh, disconnect. That's it. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So the character is trans. Got it. Okay. Well,
Bad news, guys. Papa John's fucked me up completely.
What you want? What they get? What?
They put my drink for one, and then they didn't put half my toppings on that I wanted, and they were an hour late. So, yeah.
well, it's a racist pizza joint. You get what you pay for. Are you just upset that they're disrespecting whites now?
I thought they look out for one of their own.
Okay. Two shacks. Okay. Well, regarding the boys, though, to have criticism for this show, um, I am a little disappointed how not every character is heavily flawed. I would have much preferred that than them having some good people in there.
Why? The whole point is to criticize, let's say, in the real world, superheroes would be corporate sellout douchebags
Yeah,
because,
I like that, but I just want everyone to be a bastard. I like things like that where everyone is crap.
well, everybody is like a different certain shade of crap.
Queen Maeve isn't that bad, and
Queen May is probably the most sympathetic character
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I mean, in the comics, he's an alcoholic nymphomaniac, so they
Exactly.
definitely,
Yeah, I've heard
made
it's,
her a
I've
lot
heard it's
nicer.
massively different.
Yeah, like in the comics, she's like a total fucking useless slut, and so I think it's good that they made her,
But that
mean,
sounds
I-
pretty
I-
Well, I don't
funny.
mean that though, because I think that's probably that's funnier to me.
Yeah, that's
Like I always thought
colourful.
that, like the boys, yeah, the boys was more a dark comedy. Now, like when I see it listed and stuff, it's listed as a comedy drama. Like I wanted to see, like Soups doing like weird fucked up shit that you don't get to see in a
Yeah.
Marvel movie. I don't want to
like
see
like the Herogasm. There was a whole story arc in there, with like 5 or 6 issues where it was just a giant fucking orgy.
yeah, like you're not going to get that in a Marvel movie. That's what I want to see. Like where like now it's like, oh, there's two lesbians sitting around and one of them's in hospital because of some sort of cancer or something. It's like that's the exact sort of thing you'd see in a Marvel movie. It's drama and it's just it's not what I wanted. I suppose it's not what we build as the boys. I think one of the criticisms is like they bought an IP that's like quintessentially gross out and sort of over the top, and they've tried to rein it in and make it a little bit more PC, maybe.
Yeah, like they
Yeah.
cut out the 9/11 bit. Well, sort of edited it
Oh,
so
you
it was at
didn't
9/11.
didn't like Homeland do 9/11?
Yeah, they've got the bit with the
Yeah.
aeroplane, but they don't say that it caused 9/11. Some of the reaction that you see in the
Yeah.
show is like as if it was 9/11. But, yeah.
Yeah.
So you kind of like need to connect the dots yourself. But I think it would have changed people's opinions quite a
It's saying
bit
that
and
in
made it a
season
bit
2,
more
I've not
dark.
really had any reference to that plane crash so far. I haven't seen the 4th episode, to be fair, but it just seems like it's like something that happened that's not got any effects or continuation so far.
Well, in the comics, that was like they crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge, and that was like their in-universe version of 9/11. That caused the Patriot Act. That caused all that stuff.
Uh-huh. Okay, so cool. So do we all like the Deep? Like his character arc so far in season 2 seems to be pretty good.
I like him when he's not
Yeah.
whining, when he's not crying. Joe, when he's like got that, when he's got the arrogance about him. That's why I like him.
What? What?
And he's acting all arrogant. Like when he would like, I don't know, like that scene when he was like super full of himself. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking save the day. He's like riding about on the whale, and he's like seems super cool. And then his whale just gets obliterated.
Yeah, just get fucking stabbed. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like all that bullshit.
It's just, I think
Confidence just gone.
I like what I like about the Deep in the comics. By the way, he was completely boring. He wasn't really interesting. He had a cool costume, but he was the nun character. He's like in the Sandlines. And what I did is I like the way they give him a real character arc in the show. So I really think that he can turn from like this, complete scumbag piece of shit and maybe turn a new leaf, because that would be an interesting, development. I like that.
Well, you like you were just saying the other day, you weren't a fan of Seth Rogen's take on Preacher Pearl, though.
Oh,
So he made that's another Garth-Ennis comic, I think. Seth Rogen.
Wait, Seth Rogen did the Preacher Show?
I did see his name on the credits an awful lot, and I
He
thought that
the
was
executive
strange.
Producer. It's pretty much the exact same team
yeah.
that's done The Boys, I think.
Really?
The Boys is going better than then Preacher.
I
Yeah.
think so, but they were a bit of hype for season 1 of The Preacher. But
Yeah,
The
but
Boys is
they obviously
definitely looked at.
lost the Preacher hype because the entire show changes after season 1, and you lose all the supporting
Yeah.
cast.
I agree.
That was I mean, that's
It's
just
just-
the story, but it's weird.
Season 1 were the best. I liked all the little small town characters. I don't know, it just seemed a lot more fun.
I gotta say, I only watched the first like 1 or 2 or 3 episodes of The Preacher as for the series, but I read the whole comic book series. Frankly, The Preacher is the only reason I Well, the Preacher and Punisher Max are the only two reasons why I even read American comic books in the first place. Because before I read those, I was strictly anime, manga, and stuff. But I'm curious, do they still have the whole Catholic incest meme cult in the show?
They have Jesus' descendant who's born from incest.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's about
Or
it.
what about Herr Starr? Does he also have his balls bitten off
Yes.
and then he just gets pegged by
I
a
don't know if he gets his
prostitute?
balls bitten off.
Yes.
He definitely gets wounded. Does he get his balls bit off?
Yeah, from God, when God finds out he was lying about Humperdinck, and he
Was
just
this
has
towards the end? Because I never actually finished the last
yeah,
season.
it was in
Kind of
season
jumped on a bit,
4,
but
and then he gets like a
Oh,
tap installed, but God also gives him his beauty back, and Hairstar actually lives at the end of the show.
oh.
Yeah, he gets like
I
a
like
song
Hairstar.
playing him out as well. Because he was a very popular character. He is he's probably my favourite.
Well, mine
But
too, I think.
the reason I liked him is
Same
because
past season 1. When he went whiny. When he was sort of like on a drunk rampage. Like Cass's intro, like one of the best like character intros. I loved it. Do you know, like he was just on that plane tearing everyone up, and then like
Oh, he's
the entire
cliche.
plane and smashed into 1,000 pieces, and he was just like in that hole, all bloodied and battered, like a mess. And then like
Oh, and I
absolutely
like the
beat out.
Eugene and Hitler bits in Hell in season
Well,
2.
Eugene and Hitler were fun. Yeah, they
Yeah,
were a lot of fun.
but Eugene kind of like disappears slightly and gets less screen time as the show goes on, and his character arc, kind of peters out at the end as well.
He did
He had a
back up
big
the stranger, the big cowboy guy.
yeah, they
That were
hung out
fun.
for a bit,
The,
and then they
the
don't.
Saint of you mean the Saint of Killers?
Yes,
Oh, he was so fucking based in the comics. Like, I know they did, but he was just like an unstoppable force of nature. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's how it were in the show. It was
yeah.
definitely just an unstoppable force of nature.
like,
And he
like he was
kills.
like
Yeah,
he's like Kenshiro, but with two pistols.
yeah. I thought he was maybe a bit too powerful. I don't get how he can be like stronger than God at times.
Sheer determination.
Sure,
He,
sure.
he's just that angry. He's just that angry.
Oh, okay. In the comic, is there also? This is one of my favorite scenes from season 4, I guess. It's kind of like one of the last times Eugene was relevant. So Preacher sends Eugene to hell. Eugene finally gets out by himself in season 4, and then
Looks like I forgot who Eugene was.
Arsphere, yeah. Okay,
Oh, Arseface. Oh yeah, the guy with the
yeah.
fucked up mouth because he tried to shoot himself. Oh yeah,
Yes.
okay.
While he was traveling with the Saint of Killers, he was talking about forgiveness, and if someone really says they're sorry, you should just forgive them. And then when he finally meets up with Preacher again, Preacher apologizes for sending him to hell, and then Eugene eventually says that after a moment passes, says it's not enough, and he shoots him. And
I don't remember. I don't think that was in the comics, no. But that's pretty funny.
yeah, Preacher actually does die and goes to heaven, and who then goes to hell and then gets revived. Eugene
I
goes to jail and then just gets out.
I must have mentioned that I also haven't read Preacher, and like I read Preacher back in like 2017, so it has been a while. But I don't. I think he died at one point, but that was like for one issue, and then he came back, and then
Yeah.
at the end of the series, he just rides off into the sunset, but it's not into the sunset. It's like over the highway.
Okay.
Redstone Cowboy.
That was better. Good audio that time. Um. Oh, someone's had their message retracted. Um. Okay. So the original topic, we kind of strayed from that a bit. So, um, Marvel and fictional stuff becoming more prominent and stuff. That's bad.
Oh,
Yeah.
actually,
Yeah.
I've been thinking about because there's been a massive increase in the number of like superhero films and TV shows recently. And I
Recently,
really feel
try the
like,
last decade.
yeah, well, this is the thing. I feel like it's trying to get you ready for like the big reveal, like trying to slowly get people used to this idea of superpowered humans, and then you're going to start hearing stories in the news about records being broken and like land speed record for people that are running really fast or they're lifting really heavy things. Gradually, it's going to increase, and before you know it, we're going to sleepwalk into a scenario where we have superhumans.
Dude,
It's like those cowboy movies and stuff. Everyone like, oh yeah, it's just sort of people pretending that there's like horses and stuff exist, and then they went, actually, guys, horses do exist, and everyone like, oh fucking hell, we knew it anyway. He was
Exactly.
just trying to ease us into it. Now we have horses.
Okay, that's a cool idea. And I mean, a nice analogy. Okay.
Because, of course, a lot of people watching films, especially in America, would never have seen a horse because they weren't brought over from Europe until the 19th century.
That's not true, because George Washington had an Arabian horse.
Yeah, plus in
might have, but all of the settlers and stuff, they wouldn't. They were just using the buffalo.
Well, no, the settlers like had like donkeys and shit.
Hey, hold on a minute. Like, the Spanish literally brought horses with them when they colonized the place.
Yeah, the Hernan Cortez with his posse of absolute fucking giga chads, brought some horses too, and the Aztecs, they're confused.
Pretty sure aren't horses just like naturally in that area anyway?
No. Well, they used to be, but then I think what happened is that for certain climates, the proto horse in the ancient, prehistoric days when they're like tiny mini horses, the climate, was not proper for them to evolve into the modern horse and died out.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And then they turned into llamas.
That wouldn't surprise me, like if some maybe llamas are related to those proto horse thingies. You know what's really cool? I was doing some research during, Corona lockdown. I was learning a lot about like prehistoric mammal lizard things. What are they called? Like synapsids, therapsids. No, it's like therapsids. It's like they're these they're not quite mammals and they're not quite reptiles. They look like these weird. Like imagine a furry lizard with a dog head. Then
like
you've got
platypus.
sort of, kind of. The best example, I think the most famous one would be. Oh, where's that one? Can't find the fucking thing. I think it's like Cynodont or whatever. I'll come back to it.
Okay, cool. Well, we've got another fascinating topic anyway.
Like Komodo dragons.
Yeah, basically, imagine a furry Komodo dragon. I'll post it in the thing if you want to do some reading later.
Okay, so
what happened to them?
I think they died out right before the dinosaurs came.
That's what the dinosaurs want you to believe. Fucking genocide.
yeah, so
Do you really think the dinosaurs? I mean, they were here for 200 million years, right?
I believe they could talk,
humans.
and they had civilization. Exactly. I completely agree with you. It makes perfect sense. I mean, they did have tiny brains.
We had like a Flintstones type society where we rode around.
Yeah, but never do.
Definitely, yes.
No. I think they might have left Earth. I mean.
Oh my
god. That's a good idea, actually.
I want to pinch your cheeks. I genuinely want to pinch your cheeks. That was fucking adorable.
Oh, actually, there's a problem with that, because if they did, then they would have built like societies using materials like metal, and metal would degrade more slowly than their bones. So we definitely would have found ruins of their civilizations if we could find their bones.
The ruins would have been on the surface, right? And then when the meteor hit, it would have wiped everything out.
Not everything. I mean, we still have fossils. We have fossil remains, and certain, I think like certain sharks survived. Certain, mollusks survived.
The fossils the black and everything on the water that was covered.
I don't get that that one. That I usually get your jokes, but I don't get that joke.
I don't think he's made a single joke, actually. I think that's just a German misunderstanding the English language. Um, okay, so politics, have they always been this divisive? And why are they just so divisive?
Yeah, probably.
Is the answer
Well,
just immigrants?
no, but I think there's always something that anyone can point to at any one time and try and divide people. I think no matter what, people are easily divided and quite tribal and put a lot of stock into their side, no matter
I
what
know.
it is. Whether it's a football team or whether it's a team sport or whether it's your political affiliation or anything, people are tribalistic to like down to the core. They want to be part of a group. They want to defend that group and be with others who believe the same.
Yeah, but maybe we're talking about the concept that you have. I would say this is more. I'd say this is more concerning the subject where people are willing to take sides over the dumbest possible things that should not be partisan. Some things that should, like, I mean, if you heard about I don't know if you heard about the newest thing about that, Netflix pedophile movie, but
Yeah.
it finally came out, and now there are people on Twitter, defending that shit. So
Is it necessarily a paedophile film?
it
Why do you always take that approach when you've already got priors and form? Polar, if I were you, I'd be like trying to distance myself from every sort of.
Because it's a fair argument. I mean, it's just.
Well, have you read the criticisms against it?
I read the criticisms about like
Buddy,
the
have you
poster and the premise. I haven't watched the entire
what about
film.
the fact
No.
that there's like sexualizing shots
Sorry?
and like lingering shots on private parts and stuff?
Okay, fine. Forget I said anything.
it's just that should not be something that's polarized. It's literally any person with a functioning brain can agree that pedophilia is bad, but now that's being politicized.
Well, Sargon of Akkad would say it depends on the child because sometimes you need like.
Well,
I've
then
actually
he's the fucking retard in that
I've
regard.
actually seen context for that clip though, and he was talking to a man who had sex when he was 11, and he said you need to convince him that he was being controlled and manipulated and groomed.
He's fucking 11.
Yeah,
I
and
mean, but I don't know the person who shagged him. If they were 12, who cares?
but I don't know. But, well, Milo
If they're
Yiannopoulos.
35, then yeah, I see there's an issue.
Well, in your opinion, though,
Well, my
if you-
opinion.
you need to convince the child that. I mean, the
Yeah,
child
but-
when they're an adult that they were taken advantage of.
Do you know how fucking easy it is to fucking trick a child into doing stupid shit?
Yeah, I'd probably like the ultimate, like, actually.
Yeah, just tell him, I'll take away your fucking action figures if you don't suck my dick or something. I don't know.
Well, let's not get into this.
Okay, fine. Then,
My point is, all I was trying to say is there are things that are now partisan that should not be partisan in a enlightened, educated, non-retarded society. And I don't understand why. That was my only point.
okay, well, fine. That's
Social media's hell and people like battle.
That's
each
not
other, I think is
really-
my point.
an issue in the UK, though. I feel people
I
do.
saw it trending on UK Twitter because I like to check what's trending on there to see what like whiny faggots are on about, and it's always something. Yeah, there were like a big argument about whether it was as bad as they say, and then there were a bunch of people that say, they watch this
Right.
video, and it was just the complete polar opposites just going at each other for no reason. Like, if you're going to watch it, you're going to watch it. If you're not going to watch it, you're not going to watch it. They're not trying to convince anyone. Just wanting to scrap.
Okay, well, is the welfare state worth creating welfare queens? You'd be a welfare
No,
queen.
but it's creating a massive surge of migrants trying to get to the UK.
Well, no, it's not.
Yes.
They're coming here because for safety and for better
What
opportunities.
is
They
fine,
want to
because
work.
France is so unsafe.
Because they know English, that's why.
Tough shit. They don't get everything they want in this life. They've already fucking broke the law.
Yeah, I wish I had a fucking hard ass femboy boy at PF, but I don't get that. So
They just want to
Why
work.
not stop in Turkey where they speak Arabic?
They don't speak Arabic in Turkey, and you already knew that.
oh
You're not
god,
that stupid.
he's so fucking precious. Oh my god.
If you had tits and
They
shit
do.
still and didn't
It's
take
listed as a
testosterone, I'd be all
language.
over you.
In Turkey, they speak
I guess.
Turkish. Okay, well, and yeah, so I'm just saying, I'm not saying we need more immigration. I'm just saying they're not at fault. They want to work. They don't want to come here and live off benefits. They want jobs, just like the Pakistanis and other unemployed people here.
No shit. Shouldn't they ruin their own country?
Yeah.
They should fucking stick it out instead of leaving
It's the
us in
white
some
people
shit.
who are welfare
Captain goes
queens.
down with the ship. They should have some fucking dignity and go.
Okay,
down
but
with
back
it.
to the original topic, though. It's white people who are the welfare queens. So,
No, I
what
think
should we?
I find that the immigrants are more of a net drain in the UK.
And
I
you
think-
say multiple times your mum's been on benefits for like years and years. Bill.
My mum's got a disability. You twat.
Oh, they've all got.
So
They've all
what's
got
that gonna do? Well, your
disabilities.
dad works full time. Fucking medium income.
Actually, my mum isn't on disability benefits. I've actually told her she should, but she isn't. My mum isn't on benefits. I've actually told her that she should go on them, but she refuses to.
That's pretty base. That's pretty based of your mom. Your mom's got dignity.
No, I think it's just because my dad told her to, because then he gets benefits if she doesn't go on benefits or something like
So he
that.
does claiming benefits while he's working full time, so there is benefit fraud going on. I
No,
know there was something.
no, it's just like
Yeah.
working family tax credits or something.
Yeah,
So
your
it's
dad
got
works
nothing
full
to do with
time.
doing the right
Yeah.
thing. It's just cheating the
So how's
system
your
as
dad
much
not
as you
earning
can.
enough? Your dad's a dirty sly and dirty fucking money in hand.
Right, and you're a neat, your mum's a neat, your sister's a neat, your family have been neats for like 7
I'm
generations.
not neat. I work.
No, you
I'm
don't.
back trading again.
Oh, that's not a real job. And
It is
are you
when they
going
say
to pick
it,
up
isn't it?
women with that? Are you going to say, "Ooh, because let me just tell you as one,
How many women have you? How many people have you picked up this year, Pearl? Though
I don't pick up,
How
I
many in your
get
life?
picked up.
You fucking, zero.
I've had guys try to rape me.
Well, they've never succeeded. They've never succeeded, have they?
Well, that's because of my
They
voice.
see you from a distance. They get close. They smell you. They feel the grease on.
No,
the
they get turned off by my voice. They realise that I'm trans when they hear my voice.
Can we hear? I've heard this story.
What kind of fucking shit taste do they have? Like, damn. Like, I totally fucking molest you. Don't worry.
You really wouldn't. Have you seen that picture they got posted on Britfeel?
Yeah, man, but I have really fucking low standards.
Thank
Bonnie,
you.
Well-
who tried to rape you?
I think I'd probably be able to bat you away. It's yeah.
Evan? Did Evan make you try and eat dog shit?
No black guys. It's been mostly black guys who've tried to rape me. It's just a fact. I'm not like being antagonistic. It's just how it is.
Yeah.
And your weird sexual fantasies, maybe, Pearl, though.
No, dude. It was
Like
middle.
when you saw the dead body in your fucking front hall. Bullshit.
Monica,
Nothing but a liar.
next week, Monica. Oh yeah, guys, I signed up for Black.com, man.
Okay.
Did you hear about that? Like, the Pearl to a person who came out my front door the other day and there's a dead body on the floor.
The guy's eyes were open and he was lying down on the floor. How could he? How his eyes be open and just be still like that? And why were the 4 people?
Spice head.
Oh, actually, that's Oh, okay, then that's what it was then.
Yeah, you sell it. It's not the way you made it out.
I've never seen a spice head like out like that. I didn't know they'd sleep with their eyes open or whatever.
Don't move into shit tip areas, then you fucking bum.
Okay.
Sleeping with your eyes open is actually pretty easy. I mastered that shit back in high school.
Why would you want to?
Because I don't want to get, chalk thrown at me by the teacher.
But
I
you
just
could.
don't want to sleep.
Oh, okay, cool. But don't you want to rest your eyes because they're heavy?
Yeah, but I still, either it's like a compromise. You either get thrown, you've had keys or the chalk or God knows what thrown at you in the front, so you can't sleep at all, or you just rest every other part of your body, and
Well, you do what I do and don't turn up.
I sadly can't get away with that. Well, couldn't have got away with that because gotta get that diploma.
Okay, I just want to tell you about the time that I almost got raped, just so you know that it's a real event, unlike the spice
So you were
head
down
who
in
I told.
Scarborough, you were cruising around. And
No.
happened?
No, it was the middle of the night. It was like 11 p.m. There was no one out on the street. I was all alone, and I was just walking home, and a black African, approached me and asked me for directions. And then when I was going to take my phone out and give them the directions, he said, "No, it doesn't matter." And then I said, "Oh, I think it's that way," and he walked off in the other direction because he didn't really need directions. He just wanted to rape.
I mean, that's kind of fucking obvious. I mean, who talks to you in the middle of the night in the age where every asshole has a fucking smartphone? It's
I
like, hey,
mean,
can
if
I...
I were going to rape someone, I probably wouldn't go, hey, can you give me directions? And then they get like start paying attention to me, just attack them from,
Got
Well, maybe
experience.
he
surprise
wasn't
angle.
sure. He just wanted to find out.
He went in the complete opposite direction though,
Maybe it
because
was
I
a
knew it was
hill
in.
idea or something.
I knew it was at least the other way. I just didn't know precisely where. He walked in the complete opposite direction.
Did he ask to touch your muscles?
No. Why would he do that?
I'm sorry, that's the only British meme I know.
Did you finally see your face under a street light when you like looked up at him? Like the phone of you, like the
No, it was my
phone,
voice. It was
like your
that.
features, and you just saw the beak. And you're like, ugh,
No, it was
let's
my
try raping.
voice. It was literally my voice. And
Okay.
Did it offend you that he didn't pursue you further?
yeah, actually, it did offend me a little bit. Because, but I mean, it's something. It was partly my own fault, so I can't really complain, I
What
guess.
the fuck is this? Women 2020. I'm offended that I didn't get raped.
No, I'm not offended he didn't. No, the question was pursue me further.
Oh god, I love
What? Well, I mean, the further pursuit of an attempted rape would be rape.
It's moments like this where I thank God that I'm bisexual, so I don't have to fucking deal with women.
It's moments like this I think that I'm a straight white male who's not got some homosexual fucked up fantasies about getting raped by black men in the middle of the street and wishing it happened. Like, what the fuck is this?
You're a strange man, aren't you? Okay, well, let's just move on to our next main topic. Who the fuck is cleaning up?
Your life has took such a turn.
A positive
Remember when
turn.
I've started reading your blog and stuff, follow, noticing you on 4chan and stuff like Britfeel. Like you were just sort of just a wayward guy, and you were into Polish girls. And...
Did race play a factor in your thoughts of me?
No.
Huh.
I just sort of thought that. I just thought you seemed like a decent geese back in the day, but yeah, you've definitely gone downhill in my opinion.
Okay, well, fuck you too. Next topic here is quite an interesting one. So
this one was not my idea, by the way. So I just want to mention that now.
okay, well, there's three topics in one. So white people, racism, and the KAW movement. There's a typo there.
What's that?
So the KAW movement span out of BLM. So KAW stands for Kill All Whites.
Oh, fuck my life.
It has gained steam steadily over the last few
it.
months.
I hope it does. I hope they start coming out in the streets for us.
Yeah, they are saying that every person of colour should be armed. And
at this point, I'm sort of siding towards accelerationism. Like, just let shit go to absolute fucking hell in a handbag, and let everything just play out how it's going to play out, and then I'll just go rummaging through the scraps of society and see how things are then.
Yeah, I mean, I find it entertaining because you see like all these Americans shooting each other. Back in the day, if you wanted this kind of violence, you'd have to like wait for the weekly reports, like, oh, what's going on in Vietnam, or oh, what's going on in the fucking Japan in World War II, and like now you can just watch, every minute of the day you can see some Twitter feed about black people, white people shooting each other in the face in the United States, and
Well, me and my friends were recently talking about how like after like 9/11, it were like news were fucking like it were like I don't know, they were like all the Iraq War and there were all the Afghanistan War. And it was like there were a lot of interesting shit going on. It seems like over the last sort of 10 years, there's not really been any sort of interesting news too much, but it kind of feels like it's getting interesting again now with all the race riots and society crumbling.
they're not race riots.
Virus. Well, I don't know. I've seen a lot of
white peoples have been taking part, and there've been white victims on the side of the blacks. So
well, there's also been there's a lot of crossover, I suppose. There's a lot of crossover, put it that way.
So we're all
actually motivated anger. Put it that way.
So we're all in favour of the KAW movement, okay?
Oh no, God,
Yes,
no!
100%.
I'm not. I'm white. I don't want to be fucking shot in the face. But
Oh, I'll survive, but you know, I'm a survivor, but you know, everyone else, fuck 'em.
So
I mean, well,
Bring it
as long as it's localized inside the US, go for it. I don't care.
And I bring it to my doorstep. I want London to go down. That's an absolute shithole. It's burning.
okay, well, racism, is that getting... I just want to tell you all about racism. So I watched a film set in the 80s, and it
Is
just
that when
showed...
we invented racism?
Yeah, Ronald Reagan invented racism.
It was actually set in Britain. It was about a Pakistani family
Did
called...
Thatcher invent racism?
Probably, yeah. I
The
don't know.
film was called Blinded by the Light, and it just showed
Oh
how...
yeah, the fucking the Packy kid who likes Bruce Springsteen.
Yes.
I get it shilled on my fucking Amazon all the time, and
Yeah.
I refuse to watch it.
It's actually a very okay film, and it does show you how... And it's a fair representation of Pakistani family life and dynamics.
Have you ever watched East
And I
is
really
East? That's
resonate.
probably the
Yes, obviously,
one.
everyone has
Oh,
it.
that's the one I've seen.
I have never heard of that one. What's that?
It's about
pretty
20
much
years old.
How Polar Boo's life were growing up. He's the little kid in the park who gets knocked about all the time and shouted at, "Bloody bastard, bloody!"
It's,
Yeah, that's Polar Boo.
Again, also about
Oh,
Paki
I
family in
remember
the
it.
80s or 70s or something.
I mean,
there's
all I
that one
know.
scene.
Go
He
on.
finds out that his son isn't circumcised, and then he drags him down to the doctors. Get it done. Oh, it's horrendous.
Who's circumcised?
Is that
You are
really
right,
what
you
they
Polar Boo. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that was a mixed race family, though, so it's not quite the same, but there was a lot.
So your dad's more violent. Is that what you're saying? It's less natural, less Englishized.
There were a lot of
Yeah.
accuracies, but there were a lot of inaccuracies as well, due to them being mixed
Did the guy
race.
from East to East threaten to murder his son for moving out?
My dad did, yeah. Oh wait,
Yeah, no, that's the comparison I'm drawing.
I thought you would have said that the film was more extreme. But
No, life is.
in the Bruce Springsteen film, some white kids, they stick their penis through the letterbox of an Asian family's home and they urinate there, and that's the type of racism that Pakistanis had to endure, and that's actually why we form our own secluded neighborhoods
Rape
and
gangs, so we can't.
and ghettos. This is why ghettos form, because white people are that racist and bullying and awful that we want to get away from them and form our own communities where we can be safe.
Or that
Why?
nobody wants to live next door to you and we all just move away from you because you stink.
Why is child inherent in Islamic and Judaic
What-
culture? Like, I don't get it.
Sorry, why is what so inherent in Judo-Islamic culture?
Child abuse.
It's also in
What do you mean
Catholic
Jewish
as well.
Anyone
culture?
except they don't respect anyone except men. There, the women aren't respected.
No,
the children aren't
I'd say
respected.
child abuse is the worst in Christianity than Orthodox
Oh,
Judaism,
definitely.
than Islam.
No, Christianity, I disagree. Catholicism, I would agree. With the dirty fucking nonsense and all their confessionals and fucking.
Well, the Christians in Africa rape babies, so that counts
Yeah,
as child abuse.
That's Africans there. You can't judge a white Christian by African standards.
Well, you're the ones who taught them Christianity.
Yeah, that were a mistake.
I heard the Ethiopians are pretty based when it comes to African people.
No one
I don't know.
cares. No one cares about them. I'd say
I mean, they pretty much back in World War II, they pretty much kept the Italians out for like 2 or 3
Yeah,
months, and then the Germans,
The village, one of the village people, we fucking set our army men outside and Joe like on the sticks could have kept the fucking Italians out. The pieces of shit.
I just need to remind you all that I could be winning £1 million in just under a month's time. I did buy £25,000 worth of premium bonds, so I am entered into the draw in early October.
Why don't you put your stuff into a Vanguard fund or something like that?
Because that's a gamble.
Yeah, but there's like a low risk one. That's like
Yeah, but I can't win like £1 million off of that. Sorry,
that's higher risk.
No, it's no risk at all. They're
Not higher
completely
risk.
safe.
Sorry, it's higher. Your chances of winning $1 million's a lot
Yeah,
lower than.
it's less than
your
winning the lottery.
Well, yeah, but you would still actually get higher gains out of the Vanguard fund than you would.
I can still win like 25 quid.
Wait,
still win nothing. But the thing is that your average interest is calculated on like the fact of what most people earn over a lifetime with them. That's like the average thing you'll get.
We're not doing Vanguard things. That's just they're not even proper banks. The, national premium bonds are backed by the British government, safe as houses.
Why don't you get like a buy to rent ISA or something so you can put?
It's too late. Buy to rent and buy to buy or whatever. They're all gone now.
Not buy to rent. Sorry, first time buyer ISA.
They're gone. They stopped doing them.
Are they?
It's like months ago. Sorry, Schubert, you were saying?
I forgot what I was going to say, so just continue talking about your bonds and such.
Yeah, I felt like you were a bit confused by them. But yeah, if I do win $1 million, I will be inviting a big party.
Definitely. Definitely. Pay for my fucking train ticket through the channel. Do whatever you want for hours.
Yeah, I will be doing. Probably rent.
By the train, through the track channel, do you mean Pearl Boo's arsehole?
That too, yes.
You're going to pay for anal sex.
Yeah, I don't mind, you know. I've shagged most people, you know.
How much would you pay Schubert to shag your Pearl Boo?
Oh, you mean me? No, I mean like
Pearl Boo paying you. How much would you pay Pearl Boo? Like, what's your opening offer?
I do need a new laptop.
Okay. So we'll just move on to the next topic then.
But in all seriousness, just get me for the train ticket on the way and back, and I'm good. So
I'd get you a plane ticket rather than a train ticket.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Wouldn't be first class though.
Oh, I'm fine with coach.
Okay. I'm
taking a coach all the way from Germany. It'll take like 3 days.
No, I mean like we
call it economy here or like
yeah. My English is a mixture of British, Australian, and American, so sometimes I get things mixed up.
I'm looking forward to my coach flight to the Canary Islands next week. Should be fun. That should be a fun flight. 5 hours on Ryanair.
Why aren't you staying in Britain?
Because
you're not worried about the corona.
No, why would I? Not an old person with AIDS. I got lung cancer.
Hashtag bug chasing
it. No,
Stop burping!
I can't help it. I've got too much pizza.
It's not classy.
Who cares?
I'm not classy, have you heard me?
Yeah, I'm just sitting here. I'm sitting in my fucking underwear with a 4-liter bottle, 2-liter bottle of Vita Cola. I'm about as classy as fucking Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah, but you sound intellectual and attractive, so it's okay when you do it.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
So I'm not allowed to be a slob because you don't want to fuck me.
Yes, literally that. Like you've heard the memes. That's the difference. A good-looking guy can do something, but a creepy guy can't, because then he's.
Well, hold on, Money. You were propositioning Shout ages ago.
No, multiple times.
It was in jest. I'm obviously not into.
You private messaged me asking me to come down and meet you.
Yeah, why won't you actually meet me? I've met most of the other people here.
No.
They're my If you. Well, again, it just shows that you're not a real friend.
I don't know. I also have anxieties, but yeah, it doesn't seem like a fun day out.
Exactly. See, that's such a cunt.
I feel like you'd want
I'd meet you, Money.
Thank you.
Or like.
Sorry, I'm talking to someone who wants to actually spend time with me. So which region of the UK are you in? Northwest, East Anglia, London?
The south.
Just south of Bristol.
Oh, fuck it then.
Thanks.
Just so you know, Schubert, that's like way south.
Yeah, I've heard of Bristol. I have England in my head from my times learning the shit at school. So Bristol is pretty close to Wales, right?
I'd say it's close to more famous for being close to London. I would have thought, but.
I only remember it's like Bristol being like southwest of England, I think.
Bristol's nowhere near London.
Well, for me, what? Let me check. Bristol, 2 seconds.
Bristol is on the border of Wales.
Images.
Okay.
2 seconds.
Okay, I was right.
Bristol
Wait.
Coast.
2 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, for me, that is close to London. Because if you're going that far south, you might as well go to London. Because it's adjacent to London. That's what I'd call close to London. I was right. I was right, as far as I'm
I
concerned.
mean,
Jason, it's got Swindon in the middle.
what else?
Swindon
adjacent
isn't
to
a thing.
London?
No
Probably,
one cares
like,
about
some areas
Swindon.
some areas of Canada or something are probably adjacent to London. Like
Oxford is close to London. I'd say that as well. I'd say
Wait,
everything around London is close to London.
wait, Oxford is a place, not just the university?
yeah,
Oh, cool.
and Cambridge is an actual
I've
place.
been there. It's
Wow.
nice. But
That's
yeah,
interesting.
every city and town are defined by how close they are to their nearest major city or town. You're either close to London, you're close to Birmingham, or you're close to Manchester, Sheffield. Well, not Sheffield. Leeds, Newcastle,
Leeds.
Edinburgh.
Leeds is the king of South Yorkshire.
Okay, so that's just how it is. So from now on, when people ask you where you're from, just say London. It'll make things
Do I say
easier.
Leeds?
It's about 3 hours to London.
Really? Yeah, actually, I suppose it looks that far. But still, so what? That's the most relevant close place to you. Being from Sheffield, you can actually say Leeds or Manchester. Actually, no, you should say Leeds because you've got the Peak District between yourselves and Manchester, so it'd be quicker for you to go to Leeds.
Yeah, but I don't like Leeds. Oh well, it's a nice city, but I don't like the people of Leeds.
Okay, so wow,
Yeah,
so we've
Evan,
got a
for one.
Londoner in with us. Okay then, cool. Just checking where Nottingham is because that's where Schubert's going to be going to university.
Yeah. The best fucking part of that is, I know this is a complete coincidence, but that's where the fucking main headquarters for, Warhammer and shit is going to be, so I'm definitely gonna go there for at least once or twice.
Oh, Nottingham's actually like very close to Sheffield. You should. Hmm.
I don't know. That depends. Radio fan, are you blonde?
Inside Voice Anon is from Sheffield.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That,
Oh.
I'm a light brunette.
Ah, shit.
okay.
Okay. Well, I guess inside voice if you want to grab a beer or something.
He doesn't because he doesn't want to spend time with me. So
In about 2.5 years, if you want to grab a beer, then I'm down for it.
I mean, if we went hunting for pussy, sure, but
Yeah, that sounds good too.
any gay shit,
No, man.
no, the three of us could hang out and then we could do gay shit.
No, it's fine. I'm always down for either straight or gay shit. I mean,
Okay, well let's just get on to the next
This is
topic.
how he lures you in, Shout. Watch out.
Yeah, I'll put a butt plug up my ass so he can't surprise me.
that sounds like a pretty good idea. Yeah. I could imagine cruising for badass the British chav club sluts. I could imagine that. Like the ones with like jumps. What was the fucking tracksuits?
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, the people that go to there's a specific nightclub for them in our city called Niche, where like the orders go to.
I've got news for you. You've got an entire gay district. There are tons of bars for them.
Have we? Oh, there's Dempsey's. Dempsey's is the gay bar, the main one in Sheffield now.
One of them.
Well, I've never been, so yeah.
I mean, I'm talking about like specifically if I'm going to hang out with inside boys, it's gonna be fucking guys, it's gonna be fucking chicks. So, what can I pick up? Like trashy, British, what was it, chav club sluts.
Nottingham's actually quite nice, but Sheffield's quite trashy. So, all of Sheffield.
That's the thing. If you want in trashy, yeah, Sheffield's probably the trashiest sort of South Yorkshire city, except like it's got like a decent amount of people, so the nightclub and like pub scenes aren't too bad.
Okay, a quick question concerning trashy. If somebody asks me for my postcode and I list one in Germany, will I get shot or stabbed, or will I survive?
I don't think you're going to get into a postcode beef in Nottingham, but if anyone does, just play the dumb foreigner. Like, where is the train station, yeah? And Joe just ham it up to the max, and they'll be like, "This kid ain't from around here. Just get out of here, bro."
Yeah, I mean, I think I have a relatively convincing German accent.
Okay. Yeah. It's something. The good thing is you don't sound Polish. you'd get lynched if you were sounded Polish. It happens
I
quite
can't-
regularly.
Unless you went through a Polish area, there's plenty of Poles in London.
I can't even fake a Polish accent. I mean, like in the kurwa reszbi, suka bliet. That's not even Polish. That's Russian, no?
No, I can only do like a Jamaican accent.
Man, this
Do you,
is
do
me.
you really think that some roadmen are going to know the difference between Polish and German?
Yep, absolutely.
I'd hope
It's so
it
common.
would kind of hurt my pride if they didn't, you know.
Because there's so many Polish people in London, it's probably like a second language to them.
And you can tell by the way they look as well. A lot of Polish people
Yeah.
don't talk, but you can still tell by looking at them that they're Polish.
Yeah, they've got wide cheeks. They've got like puffier cheeks. I seem to find like
And
Slavic
they're
people.
bald as well.
Squintier eyes from all the Genghis Khan rapings he took.
I swear, I gotta say, you know, shout out on not trying to kiss your ass or anything, but we don't agree about a lot of stuff. But I find your comments very amusing.
He's not funny.
I think he's fucking hilarious. I mean,
That's because you don't understand what he's really saying because it's not your first language.
no, I fully understand what he's saying.
No, you don't.
I just like edgy, stupid humor. Basically, the point is,
He's
I
not
like
He's
know-
not doing it as a joke. He's doing it on purpose. He actually believes these racist things he's saying.
the point is, if I come home from like a fucking meeting with all my fellow faggots and dykes and stuff, and everybody's there is like, oh, diets are instrument to the patriarchy, and I'm just fucking screaming inside because of all the retardation. It's nice to hear something on the complete other political spectrum, no matter if it's serious or not, because it's refreshing. It's a breath of fresh air. Because
Appreciate it, Schubert.
Okay, well, what's the dumbest thing you've all done while you're drunk?
Robbed a shop for more alcohol.
okay, that's nice.
So we're like underage and we all like got a bottle of vodka between us. A couple of mates down at the park, and we were just like passing it around, sipping, and everyone like, this is vile, I can't drink it. So I kind of like nicked it, trying to be the big man, and then like they kind of egged me to go and get some more. So I just like ran into the local shop and just grabbed like a bunch of shit, and then just ran straight out of the front door with it.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Yep, go
I
on.
can-
Pretty dumb.
Yeah.
Also, got in a fight with some guy once downtown. That was about it.
Okay, well,
Did you kick his ass?
Kind of, but it didn't really feel great because it was 2-on-1. Like that's what I don't get. Like he started on 2 people. It seems like a real bad move on that guy's part. Like there's 2 guys outside of a nightclub. Like don't start like trying to fight them because there's 2 of them.
Yeah, it's kind of stupid.
okay, well, the only time I actually got drunk was the first time I drank, and I was just very offensive to people.
Was that at a meetup?
No, it was at university. It was with some Polish guys, and yeah, I was just very, very awkward and said some strange things and did some strange
Oh,
things.
like a house party.
Yeah, you're already familiar.
Flatmates.
Not flatmates,
Was
but
that before
Uni.
or after you sent the Facebook requests?
it was during that period. So after I sent it, but before I was arrested.
Ooh.
And, it was while I was still living with them. I was actually kind of down and needed that time. First, I was probably one of the only 2 friends that I made during university. But then he ditched me after the arrest and stuff. Anyway, so Schubert, have you ever actually
Right,
been
yeah.
drunk?
They weren't
should-
Yeah.
friends, Bonnie.
Yeah, of course.
You've just been arrested.
Why don't you hit them back up and send them pictures of your bussy and try and like show them what they're missing?
We're
Yeah.
asking Schubert if he's ever been drunk.
Yeah, a couple of times. I mean, the most autistic thing I've ever been drunk was I think about maybe a half. I think about a couple of months before Corona. It was like the end of 2019. I was at this club, and for some reason they set up this Tekken machine. And because I don't know how British clubs are, but sometimes they set up like fucking really shitty old video game systems for people. If the dance floor is too crowded, so people can just play fucking game of Street Fighter while you're waiting. And I was talking to this chick. She's about maybe 6 out of 10 ish. A bit of makeup. And so I was asking, like, I offered to, I brought her to get, we're talking about stuff. So I was working out pretty well, but And then my buddy who I'd come here with is like, hey man, you want to play some fucking Street Fighter? And I was just like, yeah, sure. And so we played about like Street Fighter for 45 minutes. I realized it. And so then I realized the chick was, and I was turned back to her and she already left. So I basically, my dumbass literally turned down pussy for fucking Street Fighter. So that's the dumbest shit I've ever done when I was drunk.
Okay, well, Street Fighter 5's crap though. Was it Street Fighter 5?
No, it was one of the old ones. I think it was like Street Fighter 3 Alpha or something.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's very virgin incelly behavior. That you only see in memes. I didn't think a real person would actually ever do that.
No, it's just I wouldn't really have done that if I was sober, but I was just drunk and I was like, oh yeah, fucking Street Fighter.
Okay. Let's see. So, are you old enough to drink yet?
Just have a sippy cup.
And have you ever drunk?
Have you ever butt chugged before?
The worst thing I did when I was drunk. I was actually like going down on my girlfriend at the time, and I just threw up
into a vagina.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
It
money
took her,
shot.
an hour to clean it out.
That's a money shot, all right.
It's pretty grim.
How much got inside versus how much got around it? Did you were you like mid getting your tongue in there and you just like turkey basted it? Oh, or was it just like?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
bro, that's so fucking nasty. But it's hilarious, yeah.
It's because it was like wine sick, so it was like a projectile almost. Yeah.
I thought it was bad when a girl shit on my bed. That's pretty vile. I think I'd rather have someone shit on my bed than vomit in my vagina.
Well, but you've got a penis. Would you like? You might as well just say vomit in your penis.
Well, no, because I'd rather have someone probably maybe vomit on.
Shit in the bed?
I didn't let her. It was just sort of must have knocked something loose back there, and it came out with my cock.
just go into the back door, pull out your big fucking log trails out with it.
That's
disgusting.
That's disgusting.
It's fucking
first girlfriend. I didn't really know what it was supposed to feel like. It was sort of like, let's try this out for a first time.
That's the bonus point about being a fucking part-time faggot. You always know, like, unless they're completely retarded, the guy who's on the bottom will always clean the asshole. You don't have to worry about that like 90% of the time.
Well, it's actually something you've got to prep for. You can't just chance it.
Yeah, exactly. And most women don't think about that. They don't think.
Well, I mean, she was 16. I'll give her a break.
Yeah.
Probably the first time.
Okay, when you're a kid, you do stupid shit. So I guess that's excusable. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think like when you're like prepping for the first times with your boyfriend, your mum's like, oh yeah, so be safe and make sure to douche your arsehole like in case the shags are up there. And I just don't think it's like the run through that gets given.
Yeah. But it's better to experience something weird like that when you're young than when when you're in the middle of the 20s. It's like an anonymous hookup. It's like, oh yeah, like, oh god, you shit the fucking bed, you whore.
I don't know. I'd say there's probably an anonymous one, yeah. But maybe like when you're old, like I feel like I'd be less grossed out now, to be fair, than I were at like the ripe old age of 16 when I was Jesus Christ. When it was like, I feel like I've mellowed out a bit between then and now. I'd be less revolted. I won't be as freaked out so much, maybe.
Okay. Well. Okay. Cool. So so just got another topic here that I'd just like to get everyone to weigh in on. Okay. 2 seconds. Okay. So I'm just going to get the full version of the question.
Have you ever had a STI?
Yes, that is the full one. But Shiva, actually, English not being his first language, he actually wrote an STI, which is incorrect. It should be a STI.
I would say an STI, not a
It's
an STI.
Is it supposed to be? I thought the rule is like if it starts with when you pronounce it, if it starts with a a vowel. Like, so S would be like, you pronounce it ES. So I thought
Oh,
Yan.
well, that would be normal, but I'm not sure if
Yeah,
it's
Shuba is
100%.
right.
Yeah, I'd agree with
I'm
Shuba.
just going to check up. Is it
I mean,
an hour or an hour?
I'm dyslexic, but I'm pretty sure Schubert's right.
I think I finally achieved fluent English status.
Oh, actually, yeah. If a word begins with a vowel sound, then it's correct. Okay, fine. Never mind.
It's alright, you've only been here for 30 years.
Forget it. It doesn't matter. Sorry.
I feel. First of all, I'd like to thank the Academy for this distinguished honor of finally officially being fluent in the English language.
Fuck off. So have you ever had an STI?
Oh God, no! I'm not a whore.
What the Ford STI, the upgrade of the.
Oh, come on. You can admit to it if you have. Go on.
No,
Shuba, I mean, inside voice, you've definitely had one because you're definitely the type of class of person to get one. Because people like you, they get them regularly.
No.
No, you don't lie. Come on. You're not impressing anyone.
I'm not a top shagger or anything.
Yeah, but still.
I play it safe. I always bag up.
Yeah, but like you probably kissed a girl with like stuff on her face, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I'll get cold sores very.
There we go.
Yeah, it is herpes. I mean, what was the South Park thing? You know, just cold sore is just a herpes person named for herpes.
I remember my girlfriend did have a wart on her thumb, and I was super paranoid that it like transferred onto my penis, and do I get warts on my dick and my thumb? And this was the worst way to get genital warts ever. But...
I know, I was so fucking. When I was like 15, I was like, I saw I had like this pimple on my penis. I was so fucking scared that I got like some genital herpes, and I was a virgin at the time, so I was like, what did I did? Like, ah.
I remember I thought I had something as well when I like the tip of my well, I suppose you'd call it the bell end or whatever, the Jap's eye. I don't know if you call it a Jap's eye in Germany, do you?
No, you just call it a schwanz, like a tail, or penis.
You call it Jap's eye because it looks like a Japanese person's eye, just like a little slit. But yeah, like I just started discolouring one day my bell end. I just started getting dark patches on it. It's just sort of it's kind of the reverse Michael Jackson. I've got like dark patches of skin on my.
Okay, this is disgusting. Forget it. Forget this topic.
Why? A good thing to talk about your penises, you know?
Well, only like here people have.
You don't want to hear about the dark patches of skin on my bell end. Okay.
He might have a semi BBC, you know.
A what?
Okay, that was kind of shitty.
A BBC.
It was also disgusting.
I have kind of wanted to like slip that into like fucking some sort of like chat up line somehow with a woman, but it always feels like a massive stretch somehow.
Yeah. I don't even want to know where I'm going. I'm gonna stop while I'm ahead.
Okay, well, let's just move on to the next topic then. Something less disgusting. I haven't had an STI, by the way, that I know of.
Would you like to? Would it be like a badge of honor for you?
Maybe something like chlamydia.
A proof of an achievement.
Yeah, I guess.
Why would you want an STI?
Because that's a feminine one.
Are you a bug chaser, Pearly?
No.
Sounds like it.
No.
That is.
Or a call sore so people can tell that I've been in a relationship.
That is not fucking. That's not fucking kosher.
That's not true. There are lots of people with cold sores that have never had sex.
Yeah.
But people will think you did, though.
No, they'll just think you're unhygienic.
No, genital herpes and the cold sores are completely different.
But you kiss when you're having sex, right?
Depends if you're paying them or not.
Okay, so the next topic there, what is the quintessence of American culture?
The what, sorry?
The quintessence. So, quintessential, like that, but
Essence of America.
I'd say consumerism, buying things.
Burger Funkino. Hamburg. Like big bright signs and tall skyscrapers.
No, that's New York.
We're finishing open flats and pickup trucks and there's a lot of.
No, that's the countryside.
Coal mining, part of it, yeah.
I don't know. I think there's a lot of things to being an American. I suppose freedom and all that lot, but I think it's a place where you can live out a variety of lifestyles.
But if you pick like one thing to summarize American culture, what would you pick?
Freedom.
Okay. I'd personally say marketing.
That's a good one.
Because, whether it's, the product itself or lifestyle or politics, it's all about marketing, how much you can convince people to follow your idea. It doesn't even matter if it's, grounded on facts or if it's not grounded on facts, I notice American culture is very, very about the big, very about the bombastic, about,
So basically,
what I
what I
like
said.
about the big sort of fanatical, grandiose idea of America, how they like see themselves as this big powerhouse. They don't want to play themselves down. That they want to feed into that hugeness.
Yeah, there's positives and negatives about that aspect too. For example, positives would be like, they do create a lot of interesting stuff that we also, use, and they do project a very interesting, I guess you could say, interesting lifestyle. The whole American life. Oh, fuck, my life is up in
I think to someone who lives in like a suburban sort of like council estate tight packed area, where everything's like fucking a lot of like, grey concrete and little patches of grass and stuff, like the American sort of dream or whatever, or that big guy, the idea of like fucking
like 40
acres, a
acres.
big patch of land, and cruise around in a big pickup just seems like absolute bliss.
Yeah, you have 40 acres and a dog. Yeah.
But like that, living that dream in Britain, it'd be like you've got to be a literal millionaire sort of thing, just to like get a house in the country. Yeah, like it's all.
Okay, fine. Well, let's just move on to another topic. So, what's everyone's nationality of choice apart from the one that they currently are?
If I could be any other nationality than my own, I'd be like some big black cunt.
That's not a nationality.
Any big black cunt, Nigeria now.
You'd still be a white person in Nigeria.
Well, I'd be, yeah, but I want to be big and black.
Oh no, we're not doing which race, we're saying which nationality.
I think well, there's a lot of cases where race would be feed into nationalities. If you pick Nigeria, then of course you'd be black.
Oh. Okay.
Well, which is the least worst African country?
I say Egypt, maybe South Africa.
Fuck Egypt. There's no big basketball players from Egypt. I want to play basketball. I want to be dunking on people.
Oh yeah.
Well, I heard Liberia is okay. Like if you don't get AIDS and don't do crack, then it's okay.
Equatorial Guinea's wealthy.
My boy Shedrack came out of Nigeria, and he went to like a private English school there, and he speaks like better English than anyone I know. It's like proper Queen's English. It's like they've all been like they were all like proper white English teachers over there. They got paid a lot of money to teach them.
What about Ghana? I heard Ghana's doing pretty well.
Yeah, sure. I think they're quite chilled out over there.
We're going to be a Jamaican, just sit on the beach and get high for the rest of my life.
Yeah, exactly. So if you want chilled out black country, you might as well choose Caribbean.
Easy now, brother. I'm going to sit on the beach and enjoy myself big time.
I'm going to smoke all the weed, man.
Stop being racist. So which nationality would you choose, Tranny?
Oh, it's okay when you say it.
Yeah, it's our word.
You have missed
him
out on rotation a few times.
As long as I can get European citizenship, I wouldn't really mind.
So Poland.
Just be Irish.
Romania?
Yeah, French, maybe.
Why French? Well, yeah, if you're French, you could be black as well. Yeah.
It's nearby. French, Spanish. I'll take any.
Yeah.
Spain's got quite a weak economy compared to other Western European countries.
Spain is kind of, like pretty much. It's like the trick for Europe is no East Bloc, no Italy, Greece, or Spain.
Italy's doing okay, right? It's better.
Everything else is good.
Just France and Germany.
Well, France, Germany,
Scandinavia.
Scandinavian countries.
Liberal for my liking.
The Netherlands, I heard the Netherlands are pretty cool.
Yeah, the Netherlands.
Austria.
Yeah, Austria's kind of like, Germany's, mentally challenged younger brother. Like, they do their best. They're okay, but they're like, hey, big brother, look at me. Oh, that's very nice, Austria. You're a
Maybe,
you're a good little boy.
Maybe a Saudi Arabian and Joe just get one of those state handouts from the fucking king or
Or,
whatever.
or like Kuwait, yeah, Qatar, you know, where they like, here's a fuck off.
Oh yeah, what's that? You want to go abroad and study at university? Well, here's enough money to rent an apartment. Here's enough money to buy a car. Here's enough money for your tuition. Have fun and bring those skills back home, bro. It's like, yeah, cool.
That's oil money, man.
Yeah, and then I'd
oil
take
money.
all that money and like buy drugs and hookers and come crying back to the king.
Yeah, I need more money. I had
My business venture didn't work. Fucking.
Yeah, my business venture of selling crack to white women. They only wanted cocaine.
So, Scooby Dooby, what country would you pick?
Considering my highly pro Japanese
Obviously.
propaganda, obviously fucking I'd be like one of those racist old Japanese granddads who's like, has like his old World War II, outfit on. It's like, oh, the fucking Koreans. Yeah, that'll be a pretty, like, if I had to pick any other life, then I'd pick like some really old Japanese guy who's like, 10 years before he dies, and just like, fucking Koreans. Just, come to my very plain but, okay looking wife for her age.
Big
Go around.
dreams.
Yeah. Like that's what I'd probably do. I might get enough, like if I become like a multi-millionaire, I'd like to retire in either like Vermont in the United States or like some, build a mansion somewhere in the countryside in Japan.
So you got no loyalty at all to Germany?
I do have loyalty to Germany, but
You said any other nationality, so you can't.
Yeah, but I felt like he was talking then like just normally, like if I had so much money, blah blah blah.
or like, if I had that money, retire, because when you retire, you're
See that
anyway.
He's a traitor. He doesn't love his country.
Oh, I do love my country very much. That's why, I go around wearing a fucking mask. That's why I fucking hate these, QAnon turds. That's why I hate these commie turds. That's why I hate these Nazi turds, because they're fucking up Germany. I always consistently vote in favor of Germany. I vote for the fucking, I don't want to say which party, but it's not the AFD, it's not the NPD. But,
Okay.
But my point is basically, once you're a retiree, you're a leech on society anyway, so it doesn't really matter where you go. And frankly, I wouldn't want to pump the German tax system off of money that desperately needs to help people who actually need it. So
Fine. For me, it would be, I don't know, some like Mexico, since then I wouldn't have to fly in to get my facial surgery. But realistically, it'd be somewhere chilled out, like Chile.
It must be Thai. It must be a Thai lady boy.
Well, again, I'm not picking race. I'm just picking nationality.
Well, races automatically include, like, yeah, of course, I'll be like the only white, racist Japanese grandpa. It's like,
fine, then I'll be a white American then. How about that?
I can just imagine like all the fucking grandpas is like, what's the fucking, there's that fucking gaijin like, coming in.
Okay, well, let's just move on to the next topic then, shall we? So that is, should people jump ship from 4chan? I've got a friend who actually says yes, and he has actually stopped going on there for about 2 weeks or so. Yeah, because it's harmful. And, you just need to...
I've taken breaks from Britfeel, but never really 4chan in general.
Well, yeah, you're an incel, aren't you? So that makes sense. So you need to keep
again,
tuned in.
Pogu, your sexual stats this year, and mine are.
Well, we've got coronavirus, so that this year's kind of a write-off.
It's not stopped me, has it? It's not stopped me.
It's not stopped. That's because you're low class and you sleep with low class women who don't care about this sort of thing. They're like, "Ooh, infect me with coronavirus. That'd be really sexy."
I need some fucking low class bitches, yeah.
It is what it is. Got to get that out there and spread my seeds somehow.
Yeah. Well, as long as you avoid child support, everything's fine.
Yeah, I mean, one of the women I had relations with had 4 or 5 kids. So, yeah, I definitely made sure to bag up with her.
So apart from personal reasons and your own well-being. Is there any other reason to leave 4chan?
I think maybe you could outgrow it to a sense.
I was asking the person who's more intelligent.
No, it's fine. You go first.
We're kind of like flapping in the shallow end.
I was going to say I think you can outgrow it to an extent. I think the user base of 4chan maybe seems younger now because I've got older, but I do feel out of place sometimes.
Yeah.
Like it's a kids hangout at times.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like everybody there is like between 15 and 18, and it's just
Especially on the popular boards.
it's just like there was a point back maybe I don't know. I feel like one of those old ass bastards, but I feel like A is just kind of what the fuck are you doing? Stop jerking off to a mechanical keyboard.
Oh, I'm grinding weed. Sorry.
Okay.
Are you doing it on your keyboard?
No, I'm doing it.
And why is it beeping?
Oh, maybe it's not my key me then.
Yeah. Yeah. So I feel like A, for example, is like just become like, oh, look at this fucking big titted anime wife of the week. It's always the same fucking shit, Same shit, different coat of paint. And with /co, it's just like, oh, look at me, I'm edgy and I complain about this new cartoon, which is clearly not designed for my age range. I mean,
this whole TV is guys, look at the superhero drama that's been discussed a million thousand times. Or
wait, I thought the superhero dramas were limited to Co.
No, they constantly talk about them on TV. They love talking about superheroes.
And CO talks too much about live-action superhero films, though.
There needs to be a containment board for superhero shit.
You know what they need to do? They need to make a containment board for vintage anime. That's a fucking board I'd go to.
No, they can't split it. It's been discussed too many times. I think once it gets as bad as TV and VHow, where they just talk about like the newest, most mainstream stuff, then it'll be time.
V is just basically what was it, like fucking mobile gaming, strategy gaming?
Oh yeah.
A multiplayer game with like, if you have all this different shit, what else? What are you gonna talk about on fucking V?
No,
and that's all.
No, there's plenty of stuff on there.
Games.
I've been on V recently in the few days because of the Xbox launch. They have plenty of mainstream stuff to talk about. They've got like 10 threads just dedicated to each hot topic in the news right now. And a lot of console war stuff going on right now.
I've never really been a wide user of 4chan. I've always kept myself pretty contained to like board. I used to go on R9K a lot more back in the day before it turned so like homosexual and degenerate. I go on TV a lot. That's been like one of my main boards. I think everyone joins usually through B, and then like a little bit of SP thrown in. But I've never really liked V very much, or A, or big ones.
That's also a thing about V and A. I don't even play that many video games these days, and I also don't watch that much anime these days. But I know I just keep going back because maybe if I have like 5 minutes on the can, I don't have anything to do.
Yeah, because they're quite inflammatory topics, and you kind of learn, what's hot right now.
Yeah, you're just like, this fucking cat girl slut is the new hot spicy meme. I don't know.
Okay. Also, regarding VRPG, people talk about Persona on regular V, so I don't think the other boards are working. If a topic is popular enough, it will just get posted to regular V.
Do they ever talk about Dragon Quest? Because that's the only game that I consistently play these days.
I've seen it brought up a few times. Yeah, people don't like the whole time skip, the time repeating thing. Like, the game should have ended here, the game should have ended there. And they mainly talk about Veronica, the one who gets de-aged. But yeah.
But Dragon Quest, I haven't played Dragon Quest 11 yet. I'm playing them currently. I'm currently on Dragon Quest 4. I played 9, 5, and 7 back in the day.
I've played all of them, so I mean, apart from 1, 2, and 3.
Oh yeah, we're definitely meeting up, 100%.
What's your favorite so far? Go on.
So far I've played 1, 2, 3, 7, and 9, and I've also played the first half of 6, and I also played 5 completely. I'd have to say, after all that, I'd still say 9 because you have so much cool shit you can do, and you can pretty much replay that game at infinitum, at infinitum, or however you pronounce that word.
I was obsessed with 9 when it was released as well, like obsessed. There were because it was
Yeah,
on release, like it was hours and hours
I,
every single
I,
day.
I played the entire game 6 times.
I kind of ruined it for myself because I had it on an R4 card. Do you remember with the DS, it was
Yeah,
really easy to
yeah,
hack. And I enabled cheats because I didn't have internet. I didn't pass by anyone, so there were some online features with like the
yeah.
dens and stuff, the grottos, I think.
Yeah,
Uh,
oh yeah, I remember because back then I didn't know the like other, boss characters. So I was like, oh, Murdoch, who the fuck is this retard? And I was just like, and now in hindsight, I was like, oh man, I wish I'd known that.
yeah, well, yeah. When I started turning the cheats on, it became a slippery slope, and it kind of ruined the game.
Yeah,
But like,
I think
easily 100
there
hours or
were
something.
there like are a couple good cheats for Dragon Quest IX. Like you can like unlock the online content is great, and like or like all classes get all equipment is pretty good because then you can do for some pretty funny stuff. But the rest of them are kind of cringe, yeah.
Yeah.
But
As
right
for
now, I gotta say, why haven't you played the first three?
just because the other ones are more easily accessible. There were like 4, 5, and 6 are all on DS. 7 was on the
Yeah,
3DS. 8 was on the PS2, and then also released on the
yeah,
3DS. 9 was
yeah,
on the DS. Oh, well, 10 of them were on the DS, weren't they? And yeah,
yeah, yeah. With 10, you'd have to do a lot of crazy. You have to get like a proxy, you have to get a
yeah.
Japanese credit card. I just haven't bothered with it.
I know 1, 2, and 3 are on like the mobile store and like the Google Player, but I'm not
Yeah,
sure if that's
yeah.
how. I don't think I want to play them like that.
I got the APKs. Yeah, I gotta say the mobile experience. I played them all three on mobile. And it's pretty good, I'd say. I mean, 2 is still a fucking clunky mess where you just spend 50% of the game grinding. But eh,
Actually, you know what? I
definitely.
think I might download them for my laptop or something because I usually play like Game Boy games on here.
Yeah,
And
I would definitely recommend play 3 and then 1 and 2 is if you want.
Hmm. Oh, and I saw that Dragon Quest movie. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's CGI.
I actually liked it. I actually liked it. 5 was one of the ones that I actually played as a kid, and so it's pretty fucking base.
Yeah, it was nice seeing that stuff animated, but I'm not sure I liked the animation style. So, hmm.
I just liked it because I fucking played Dragon Quest 5. The reason I bought it as a kid because I was a horny teen. I was like, you can marry your video game friend. Yes.
Oh, I played the remake though, so DS one. So I
Yeah,
like. Oh yeah, cool.
that's the one I played. Yeah.
Yeah, I chose Deborah.
Oh, well, that was the fucking slag one, right?
Yes, the mean one.
I would have if I had played the game these days. That's who I would have picked as well, because I just fucking love those like nasty. Back then I picked the blonde one, Bianca. I think her name.
Oh, do you want to know something funny?
What?
There's a scene at the end where you're dancing with your chosen partner. So if you picked Bianca or the childhood friend or whatever, um,
Yeah,
you dance normally. You spin the woman around. But if you pick
yeah.
Deborah, she spins you around.
Oh, that's hot.
Yeah. And it,
I,
yeah,
you know me. I can fetishize everything.
yeah.
So
5 is probably my favorite. Oh, I like 5 more than 4 and 6.
yeah.
7 is really fucking cool for how long it is.
I
It,
fucking hate that it's so long. I got burnt out so by, and the way the characters rotate, you never really learn to like any of the characters. So I think 7 was just a big old fucking slogfest for me. It just, I just,
I thought the ending kind of hit me kind of a little bit in a weird place because I always expected Kiefer to return at some point, but he doesn't. Instead, you just get that
yeah,
letter at the end where with him
yeah.
saying goodbye.
It's just so fucking,
It's kind of a
yeah.
saddish ending, and I mean, sad
I,
happy
I
type ending.
I thought the whole game like was a fucking time sink. Like genuinely, I think
That's
Dragon Quest 7. I think genuinely Dragon Quest 7 is the lowest part in the entire series.
I think if you played more Dragon Quest games before that one, like I played 7 last, just because of
Oh,
how
okay.
you would appreciate how long it is, just because you want Dragon Quest content.
Oh, I do like Dragon Quest content, but for me, it's like a chocolate cake. You have one sliver, and then when the
Yeah.
sliver is done, you're happy. But if the sliver's too big, then it's just like fucking This is so much cake. It's so rich. I don't want to fucking eat all this shit.
I
I'll put it in
do
the fridge.
I do
And
agree.
then
I did
and it-
absolutely get sick of it at times, and just had to stop.
Yes.
I do agree. I don't disagree. Like I played it once, and my data got deleted, and I was like, well, I'm not doing that again. And it was years and years
Yeah.
before I played it again.
Yeah, and it's just and it also just it's just I don't know. I always had a feeling that it's just kind of like they tried too many new things out and they kind of shit the pants with most of them. But they kind of fixed it. I played the first couple hours of 8 back on a PS2 emulator back in the day, so I don't really qualify as playing it, but I've started it, and then I ended up getting the 3DS remake, and so I'm going to play that when I've done. I still need to finish. I need to finish 4. I need to finish 6, and then I can get to 8.
8 is a really, really, really good one. I'm not sure how it'll be on the 3DS, but absolute
Yeah.
top tier. Graphically, it looks very nice. Good amount of side quests. I played it a long time ago, though. It was my first one, so it might have some rose-tinted glasses on.
Yeah, I'll tell you what my opinion is once I finally get to it in like 2 years with the snail's pace I play Dragon Quest games at.
Yeah. No, and Lemon's Soul. It's fine. Like
Yeah,
it's what you expect at this point.
What I think is I have it in my Steam library and I haven't played it yet. So what I really expect is Dragon Quest 9, but 50 times better with better graphics. So I'm really fucking hyped to play it.
Oh, one thing it doesn't have is like the kind of like how Dragon Quest is kind of made up of small stories in each town. It doesn't have any like
Side
dark,
quests?
sad ones, I guess, or any ones that really stuck out. And I
You mean
remember.
like the fucking Raging Contagion for Dragon Quest 9, like the poison that killed everybody?
Oh, the one I remember from 9 is the one with the doll and the girl.
Oh yeah, the fucking spider thing. Oh.
Yeah, and
Oh, that was so fun.
and 7, it's the one with the rain and the acid rain, and everyone turned to stone. By the time you heal everyone, they're all dead.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. He doesn't have any those type of stories in there. There's a yeah, that's
shit. But they do have like full character customization, right? Like if I give him like the metal hat, he'll wear the metal hat, right?
been a year since I played, or 2 years, but I think so. I'm sure.
I hope so because that's one of the biggest most favorite thing about Dragon Quest 9 is you can I love it in games when you equip the weapon, it shows up. When you equip the hat, it shows up. It just
Yes, the weapon definitely does show up at least. I do remember that because I don't like the way two-handed weapons look. Like, because there are a lot of more than one character who everyone kind of would look good with a sword, in my opinion, and less so with an axe or hammer or boomerang.
I like a good axe. By the way, did you play Dragon Quest of the Stars?
Sorry, what was that?
Dragon Quest of the Stars, the mobile game.
There was some clanking going on there from Shout. But anyway, we have been on this topic for a while. Let's just bring Noisy Boy back in. So our next topic here is fun life hacks. So do you know the ring on a drinks can? You can turn it around and you can stick your straw into the hole.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm finding that's what it's actually designed for.
Oh.
I was taught that at work this year. So, yeah. Any other fun life hacks?
I feel like I should know some, but I can't think of any off the top of my head.
Would you say that's due to low intelligence?
Oh, come on.
Possibly, yeah.
Okay. Cool.
I'd say the only one I can think of is if you're packing for a move and you have like clothes and you also have dishes, then you can use the clothes as padding for the dishes. Like you've got a bunch of rolled up socks, you just like line the box with the rolled up socks and then put your plates and your glasses in there and then you put another layer of rolled up socks, etc., etc.
How many pairs of socks have you got?
About maybe 30, 40.
That what?
Yeah, I have a lot of socks.
That is a lot.
I used to have maybe about that many, but I threw out all the male socks. Now I just have
feet shrunk.
Well, the different styles, aren't there?
Yeah, they're like the standard like dad with the hands and they go up to your like knees.
I also have a night tick on mine, the classic.
Like the programming socks?
No, just a night tick.
Nike?
Nike. That's how it's actually
Oh.
pronounced, idiot. Nike is how commoners pronounce it. That's what they do in the north. That's how people who don't know how to say it probably. Look how low intelligence he is. Nike. That's how he pronounces it. Isn't that funny? Nike.
That is amusing. But
That's just how it's pronounced here.
Everyone in England says Nike.
that's interesting.
Yeah, that is true. Like all three of us are from the northwest of England, or the north of England, and yeah, even when I was in school, people used to say Nike. I only learned Nike was the proper thing. Like,
Isn't it like how you call in Germany Porsches, like Porsche,
Yeah,
instead of
Porsche, yeah.
Porsche. You just call it a Porsche over here.
Yeah.
No E on end.
Ich fahre jetzt mein Porsche. Yeah, you say Porsche, yeah.
Oh, I'm just gonna get the Porsche. Oh, is that a
Yeah.
Porsche? There's no
Yeah.
E when we do it for some reason. I don't know why.
That's regional differences. I mean,
while we've got Tig here, you're from Bury. Would you be interested in spending the day together?
Why didn't you say, are you interested in burying your cock in me? I mean, it was, you literally say it up.
Well, in case you've not heard, Polly, I've kind of got Verona at the moment.
Okay, I'm
Oh,
fine with
yeah.
that.
I'm a little bit ill.
I'm
A
fine
little
with
bit
that.
infected.
It's fine. It's fine. It's cool.
Well, let's get an exclusive for the radio. How's the Rona?
You know what? I think it's just a big joke, really. I mean, I've got a bit of a cough, a little bit of a cough now and again. No fever, no anything like that. I'm starting to wonder if I've just got a normal cold or something.
It is quite interesting.
Maybe think
though,
you're a
'cause
false
you're-
positive or something. There was that thing about that. There was an
Some
Instagram
people
thought that went to like.
Positive.
But this Instagram thought that went to like some African country or some shit, and you're like save the gorillas or whatever, and with it, like you're like documenting it all. Then she got there and they tested her and they like, oh yeah, you've got corona. They just like threw her in a room for a week or something, and Joe like won't let her out. And we're isolating her, and Josh was just having meltdowns on Instagram and TikTok and all this shit. Everyone were like, "No, we need to save her because she's an attractive white woman." And
she's white woman. Yeah.
Okay. So it is a bit interesting though that Pakistanis have been blamed for the second lockdown, but really it seems to be white people who keep getting coronavirus.
Oh my god.
Is it though? I don't really know the infection rates or whatever.
I mean, again, look at the towns. Look at the towns affected.
No one's in hospital anymore, are they? Really? No one's dying anymore, are they?
Actually, yeah, we've had a load of cases today. Had like 3,500 cases.
You could have as many cases as you want if no one's dying or going to hospital.
I reckon we're going to
is it really?
Again in a couple of weeks' time.
It's like saying 1 million people have got common cold today. How many died? Well, nobody, but they've got it. They've got it. Okay. Right.
That's just
Nobody's dying anymore. There were all these videos at start, all these hospitals flooded, and all these fucking propaganda videos of like body bags just like all over, and these doctors just passed out from all hard work. A weekend they're doing fucking TikTok videos and dancing about and fucking fanning about. It's all blown out of proportion.
Okay, well that relates very well to our next topic. So, since we are still on lockdown, and a lot of people are doing no fap, which is an event where people don't masturbate. Is it overall good or overall bad for people? Does it?
What, no fap?
Yeah. So again, when people don't masturbate.
I'd say it's a good thing, even if it doesn't actually bring you any physical benefits from holding off on the masturbation. I think it's a decent lesson in self-control, maybe.
I believe it actually makes your penis smaller.
Fall off.
No, it makes it smaller because you get like less skin to work with when you're getting bottom surgery. I have heard that. So.
Yeah, but I don't think no faps for life, is it? In just a month or what? Oh, I'm thinking no. Is that even that a month in November or September or something?
Yeah, no fap November. I don't know.
I think like don't not do it ever. You know, I think I don't know, it's probably not healthy to do constantly
I
all
think
day,
that
every day.
mental
Yeah.
health. Maybe cut down a bit, but like to never again. No.
I think it's like everything in life, moderation.
Yeah, like if you're jerking off like every 5 minutes, then but if it's just once before bed or maybe twice before bed,
So, okay, well, that's an interesting opinion. So, again, it's not something I can really relate to because I need to masturbate. Even though
Great.
I for transgender reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been over it before, but yeah.
Got it. What was that fucking ContraPoints thing? The mouthfeel. You gotta stick with that mouthfeel.
I also watched the I Am Jazz show where she or he or whatever was put on puberty blockers at such a young age.
No,
that
we
they
don't.
had
No, just stop it. Stop it. You've
No,
said this
because it
before,
was.
You've heard about it. We don't need to. No, we don't want to discuss this topic again.
I'd be interesting. Just send me a DM. Explain to me what's going on afterwards.
They pretty much put the child on puberty blockers at such a young age that they had a micro penis, so they couldn't, have enough. There weren't enough skin for the bottom surgery, so they had to just take it all off the thighs and stuff.
Oh, you give out.
And then they're like, we'll get it done in one surgery, and then 4 surgeries later, they're like, we've almost got it this time. We'll get it next time. Just one more crack at it. I swear to God. It's always one more go, and we'll get it. I think they've cancelled show now, and that kid's still got a bust up vagina.
Right.
It's just depressing. I mean,
it is, and
there are a lot of regret stories about getting the bottom surgery, and a lot of trans women don't get it because this science just isn't there. It's as simple as that. We're not.
Yeah.
Don't forget the mouthfeel.
I have seen her do that thing. I don't get it.
I think it's fucking. I only, to be honest, I only find it hilarious because I find ContraPoints extremely attractive. So.
Well, you're attracted to her because she looks like a man.
No, I'm attracted to her because she looks fucking smoking and she knows how to fucking set up moonlighting. She knows how to.
No, she doesn't do it. She's probably hires like a ton of people because she's got the money to do it. It's all professionally done.
I don't care.
She's got professional makeup done during those videos with professional lighting. It's all fake.
I don't care.
Have
you
seen a picture of ContraPoints on the roller coaster?
Oh yeah, that looks fucking nasty. But it's like look at fucking Britney Spears without makeup. She also looks like a man. So.
I won't say she looks like a man, but she definitely looks like she's got some very bad skin.
Yeah. But you get my point.
She's mentally ill as fuck.
I actually posted some picture of her son cosplaying as Frieza, and she's like, "My pride and joy." It's like it's cute but weird at the same time.
Well, again, part of the issue with that roller coaster picture is the bone structure,
and the skull and the skin thickness and
skin thickness.
The skin thickness seems like this. It doesn't really got thick skin around the face. It seems like the features are overly harsh. Like women seem to have thicker, softer skin, and maybe on the face. Or I don't know if it's thicker or thinner, but it just seems like the features are more harsh than a masculine feature. Like the skin's not.
Well, yeah. Where was it?
When was it? Or something, I don't know.
But the interesting thing about it, when was that picture taken anyway? Because she definitely passes better these days.
She's had surgery, and again, she just has again, professional makeup, professional lighting, professional everything.
Yeah, but she's still fucking hard. I mean, I still fucking smash.
The picture was posted on Reddit a year ago.
I mean, you cannot look at her in that fucking Punisher video in the fucking lingerie and just say nah. But maybe if you're a completely straight guy, then I can understand. Yeah, but
again, very, very. She probably because you can control what you look like on video. It's been edited, so whatever.
You can control what you look like on BBC.
Fuck off.
That's kind of fucked up.
I'll just. Anyway. Yeah. So. Let's see what I was going to say. Well, let's just get on to the next topic then. This is a very fascinating one. This. So. Is the presence of luxury brands and rappers' obsession with them devaluing them? So, how rappers always go Gucci, Gucci, Gucci. Does that make Gucci lose value and make it less prestigious?
I'd say it definitely does. There were a big thing about Burberry years back, how they were trying to move away from the chav culture and stuff. Because like all the chavs co-opted the Burberry brand back in like the 2000s, and Fred Perry suffered the same. Like there's certain brands that get co-opted by unfashionable groups. Like I think there were also the thing about do you know the Situation from Jersey Shore, the Guido sort of guy.
Oh yeah, I remember when I was a
He-
kid. I watched that with my mom.
He wore like Abercrombie and Fitch or like some sort of like mid-level fashion brand, and they would, like I think they offered him money publicly to stop wearing their clothes on TV because they said it were devaluing their brand. So I definitely do think it is a thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say I personally also don't believe affluent people anymore. I associate them more like some guy from fucking Detroit
I
who's
mean,
who got a guy from Detroit who got a loan and then spent that loan on like a Gucci belt buckle or something.
I mean, I assume they always wear fake ones in poor areas anyway. So I think that's probably why it devalues the brands too. Because like, if you're a poor kid from the hood, and you see like your idol wearing like Gucci shoes or whatever, or Gucci belts,
It
and
was like Gucci flip flops. That was the
yeah,
thing.
you're not going to get $700 together to buy them, and if you do, you're probably just going to get them robbed off you in the hood anyway. So you
Yeah,
just buy
well-
the fakes. You just buy the fakes like everybody else,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that devalues the brand, I think, to them, because they're not only are they losing money on potential sales, but they're like items being seen as fake, undesirable, stuff like that.
Yeah. I'd say that I'd say that certain there's certain luxury brands that are still classy, like Hugo Boss, J.M. Weston.
There's certain brands that embrace it though, like Nike. They do a lot of collaborations with like rappers and stuff.
Yeah, well, Nike was never really a
Well,
luxury brand.
Yeah.
That's not another interesting thing is I don't know if I'm the only one who notices, but the Tommy Hilfiger, I feel like it used to be middle class and now it's more upper class.
I'd still say
I feel like its
still
prices
broad.
have definitely increased recently. Because I used to have a bit of Tommy Hilfiger like clothing when I was younger, but like I went to get a few like bits and bats for my holiday, and I was like noticing the prices were a lot higher than they used to be for like
Yeah, I noticed.
tees and stuff.
Because I'm really fucking skinny, so I can Tommy Hilfiger, the slim jeans are perfect for me. And I noticed that when I wanted to buy another pair, I think about half a year ago, it was just like maybe like what 120 euros or something. It's like, meine Fresse.
What about like? I'd say they increase the value of some brands because they bring more awareness to them and they make them seem more prestigious.
But the thing is, there's certain brands that don't want awareness, like a company like Nike, where they want to sell as many shoes as possible.
Well, can you ignore? All right. Oh yeah. Sorry. Go on. Continue.
I think like if you compare if you think like Nike's like Ford, they want to sell as many cars as possible. So they want to have as much outreach as possible. Where like a luxury brand like Gucci, where they might sell a very limited amount of shoes but charge $5,000, that'd be like your Ferrari brand. You don't want any old dickhead buying them. You have like an exclusive client base you want to promote your brand because you think that their ideals and what mesh with what your brand is trying to represent.
Yeah, like for example, like Louis Vuitton. Like I don't know if it's always like this, but I remember vaguely when I was younger. You see very little of that. It's very rare. You'd be like you saw some guy, and you could like maybe he has like if you look close enough, yeah, there's the logo. But now these days, like fucking, Kim Kardashian is doing it. Like those crackhead rappers are like Louis Vuitton, Louis Vuitton, and now you got like fuck people with like sweatshirts with like the logo plastered all over it. So you like so then they tell people like, oh yeah, I'm so fucking rich. I bought this this really gaudy looking Louis Vuitton sweatshirt with like.
Is it Louis Vuitton that's got Virgil or Bauer or whatever as their like designer guy? Because there's like that guy who's like really popular in the streetwear like community or whatever, who works for one of these companies. Joe who does the off whites and stuff.
I've only actually seen an off-white shirt once in my life, and it was worn by some 13-year-old.
I hate off white. I don't like their own products, but I do like a couple of their Nike collaborations.
I like Ralph Lauren Polo. They're pretty good, and you can find them pretty cheap if you look hard enough.
Yeah, I bought a few. I went and got a bunch from an outlet. There's like an
Yeah,
outlet
yeah.
tees bunch near me. I got a few tees there and shorts.
Yeah.
Got pink cutters that I posted.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they make great fucking shorts. Like those shorts will last you like 5 years minimum.
Yeah, but I've had a few bits and bats from there. They're like pretty high quality. They seem to last.
Yeah.
I mainly buy like Adidas or Nike or sportswear stuff there. To be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, same. I only ever wear Adidas and Nike. Nike's good quality as well. Like hoodies and trainers will last you years.
Yeah,
Always got Nike hoodie or Nike trainers.
my Nikes have seen me all over the world. I've travelled like to Ukraine, to Spain, to France, to fucking all over the length and breadth of England working in them, and they still hold up. They still like the soles are a little bit thin now, but you know, they were built to last pretty well.
Well,
Don't split her out.
The Nike hoodies and Adidas trackies, always.
my most feminine shoes are my River Island ones and my Vans.
I bought a pair of Vans once. They're pretty good. I mean, back when I tried to learn how to skateboard, you know.
It was with DCs when I used to try and skateboard back in the day.
Yeah. I can like ride around and do a very small leap, but that's about it. Yeah.
I can't do shit. It were a folly. It were a waste of fucking money. I was real bad and I got no balance.
So what YouTubers are we all watching? Or what do we like to watch on YouTube? Like I quite like recently I've been watching 40k videos.
Which ones?
You know, like the famous one, the Brookie one about every faction explained, which faction should
yeah.
it start with, that sort of thing. 'Cause, you know, I like just general stuff. I don't want to learn about deep into lore and stuff just yet.
Yeah. Well, you go first.
No, go on.
No, it's fine.
I was gonna say my favourite guy.
Anyone still watching Mummy's K? K's Good Cooking.
Oh, I ain't what. She still made videos because she'd stopped after a while, didn't she?
Made a new channel about a year ago.
Oh, is this a fetish thing? Are you just doing it for like the sex appeal?
No.
What fetish thing?
Okay.
I was more obsessed with her son, Lee. I always liked his videos. Big man Lee.
Oh yeah, I do a Big Man Lee's channel.
Okay.
All about K's making videos, so still watching those every week.
Does Lee still do his taste tests?
Yeah.
Oh, Ziggy's dead, innit? Old fucking Zigster. Poor thing. That were a bummer.
I was sad. That was a sad video.
I was kind of expecting him to do some sort of like, here's your breakfast, pal, and then just sort of like pan across to an empty bed or something. Make a bit more dramatic, but no.
Horrible.
What IQ do you reckon Lee's got?
He said he's got like learning difficulties, and he of some form.
It's fucking
He
slight.
said on one of his videos.
Yeah, I'd say they're more than slight. I mean, he functions, but you know.
I was still waiting. You remember he was meant to be making a horror movie called Psychopaths.
He's made Psychopaths. Well, I don't know if he's made the movie, but he made that web series.
It's going to be done soon.
Have you ever watched any of those Psychopaths videos that they used to do on YouTube?
No?
Yeah, they're like a channel. I think it's what Silas were running. It's called SCC World of Entertainment, and there's about 30 videos of like series that they've made on there, and it's all like psychopaths and stuff like that. It's pretty much like the premise of every single one is there's some like it's pretty much Leo one room's walking down the street and a gang of toughs attack her, and then they defend themselves, and then it's some big street battle sort of thing where they're having these like weird fights in the street, and it's the worst dialogue, the worst filming. Nothing makes sense. Like the plot goes nowhere, and it just drops off at certain points. It's pretty amazing to watch. You should definitely find it out. Yeah.
I didn't know this existed.
This is the best channel they do.
This is Silas's channel.
I'll try and find it.
Can we include it? I can't find it on YouTube. I was waiting for him to release a full Psychopaths movie forever.
Well, I'd appreciate it if you guys could perhaps talk about something a bit more mainstream.
Well, Lee's good cooking. Kay's good cooking, and Lee's like quintessential Britfeel, yeah.
That's a standard.
Okay, what Scooby Dooby? What YouTubers have you been watching then, apart from Contra Pig?
You mean contra-based? Mostly a lot of really old, Simpsons compilations. Seth Zinch, Blair White, Asai.
Why Blair White?
Because she's hot.
It's in
Again,
chapstick.
same shit with ContraPoints, all fake.
Well, my point also, Asai is pretty good. He does like Let's Plays of Guitar Hero, but mostly like Guitar Hero meme songs. And then Seth Zinch, he just makes really funny jokes. And oh yeah, the Book Club is a pretty good YouTuber. He, have you heard of him?
Who was that?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, yeah, go on, please.
The Book Club. Yeah, I'll link him in. Basically, he lampoons various philosophical works in short, bite-sized ways. Basically, his funniest video, in my opinion, is his John Green video, which is not really philosophy, but you get the point.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay, well that is fascinating.
My
So,
favorite YouTuber at the minute is Atomic Shrimp. He's pretty much like just some sort of like middle class guy who lives in like sort of like the middle of nowhere area. He just sort of like rambles around the woods and forages mushrooms and sort of like wild growing plants and flowers and just like other sort of talk about them and walk around. It's like slow TV. It's just very relaxing and it's got like a low effort charm about it.
Oh, I think I've seen this. Is this one where he goes picking a lot of mushrooms?
Yeah,
One episode and then goes and cooks them.
yeah.
Yeah. I think I've seen this channel before.
It's just sort of like chill. It's not exciting, but like something to stick on before bed.
So is it like the midget guy who goes like spelunking around Chernobyl?
Like Bold and Bankrupt, you mean?
Wait, let me just find. Oh yeah, Born and Bankrupt. He's pretty cool. I saw his video on
I
On
don't
the way
really
goes in
like
that-
him very much.
that like Buddhist place in Russia. That's the one I know. Midget explores.
Do you know Bowden Bankrupt got corona?
Yeah, sorry,
Oh.
Mr.
Ah yes, no, Super Sus. That's his name. He does Russian stuff, but it's all subtitled in English. I discovered him from Life with Boris. He gave that guy a shout out.
There's also this trucker I watch called that I saw someone link in Britfeel. I think someone posted it when everyone was talking about HGVs, HVGs, whatever they're called.
H3H3.
No, a heavy goods vehicle, like the HGV. I think they call it in England. It's pretty much just like a truck driver who like talks about his routes and stuff like that, and like I'll just truck around and talk about the life of a trucker. Mildly interesting, but not massively.
Let's say on H3, I don't really like their new podcast. I miss their old videos.
I've
Miss
never
their
liked
old
them.
exit videos, and I used to love H3 a while back. I mean, I occasionally watch some of the podcasts they do, but I don't really like them that much.
I've always been more of a Sam Hyde guy.
I've seen one of his videos. It's all right, but nothing that I'd really watch again.
Do any of you guys watch Townsend?
You mean Townsend? Oh, the guy who makes like these old-timey recipes from the American Revolutionary War.
Yeah, he does different stuff than recipes now. He's got like he's doing woodworking at the minute and stuff, I think.
I used to watch him all the time. Yeah, it's like fucking high-end comfy tier stuff.
Yeah, that's what I aim for in YouTube. I just want like comfy, chill videos. I don't want high energy cuts and people bouncing around trying to get me hyped up. I just want to chill out and watch something.
For me, it's depending on the mood. Sometimes I like autistic bullshit. Sometimes I like learning about things. Sometimes I like about just relaxing.
About Ashens, does anyone know Ashens?
I used to watch him. I think after you've seen him eat like a bag of Poundland shit once, you've seen him eat it a million times.
He does a war rations as well. Opening up old war rations, reviewing technology.
Oh, I think
I've
you mean like I think I actually seen one of the two of those.
I've seen Steve 1989 who does those. He's got
Oh yeah, he
war rations.
as well.
Yeah, he eats like World War One ones and stuff. He had some hardtack from the fucking
I think.
from the Civil War or something.
Nice.
Oh,
I think he had some bread from like 1800s or some ridiculous shit. He also got like botulism ones or something. He got like real sick. That was fun.
Oh man.
Like we were uploading videos and then Joe just went dark for like a month straight. Like
Sorry, King, you got botulism.
Yeah, I almost died. Back now, it's cool.
Yeah. What
I'll
else?
do that again.
Well, what there's what was the fucking thing called? Amp Lemon, yeah, he's pretty interesting. So those background things you can put on, just let it go.
but abroad in Japan, he's like a British guy in Japan.
Oh yeah, wait, I've seen a video where he talks about Japanese TV.
Yeah, he's got a load of really good videos. Yeah, kind of made me want to like go to Japan for a bit. Yeah, I'm trying to find like one of the Asian videos of food ration ones.
Oh, and another, it's really funny. It's not a channel, but it's like this video is like a compilation of like this Japanese guy getting kicked by this Thai boxer in this game show. It's like Tanaka high kick something. I don't know, some shit. I'll post it in the Discord. Tanaka Thai kick. Yeah, it's like you got a letter from your son. Okay, what does it say? And then it says, I request a Thai boxer kick for my dad, and just like you just get kicked in the ass by some fucking trained ripped ass Thai boxer. It's like 90% staged, but it's fucking hilarious anyway.
So, just moving on to a different topic, is theatre overrated? I say no. It's the best form of media that exists, and like it's the best way to tell stories, and it's the most engaging. It's like the combination of everything. It's a combination of films, live events like music and concerts, and yeah, musical theatre is just the best.
I'd say musical theater is as rated as it should be. Opera is underrated, and theater is as a standard basic theater is overrated as fuck.
Well, have you been watching any theatre shows on YouTube because they're doing like the theatre from home thing during lockdown?
I've watched some, not during lockdown, but I've because I don't know how it's in England, but in Germany you could pretty much just pay $2 and go to watch an hour and a half show or some old ass shit. And I gotta say, I used to do that in high school sometimes when I was just bored out of my mind and had nothing better to do. I gotta say, maybe British theater better, but just theater over here, and the stuff I've seen on American shows that were put on YouTube, it's just shit. If it's not a musical, musicals are great. Like I love a good musical and I love a good opera, but standard theater is just fucking boring as shit.
Huh.
I am a big fan of opera. Like give me some Wagner, give me some Kammer von Weber, give me some, what was the fucking guy who did La Donna e Mobile, which one? I think it's Rigoletto, but I need to check.
I like classical music. I just don't like it when dickheads sing over it with opera. Like, oh, it's like,
yeah, I love that. Like, listen to some Pavarotti. It's just like, listen to. The dude had like fucking. Did you know they actually have a whole concert of Pavarotti singing alongside, the guitarist from Queen. He did like a Queen concert.
Yeah, fuck that.
It was pretty good.
Horrible.
It was actually pretty good. He did pretty well. Man. It was like Too Much Love Can Kill You. Pavarotti Queen.
I just don't really like operatic singing.
Sure. Was there one with Keane as well, as in like the band Keane? Someone doing opera covers of Keane.
I know Sean William Ryder did an opera song once. That was fun.
Fascinating stuff. Okay. So we all like theatre then. just to
I've
different
never
extents.
been.
I don't like theater. I like musicals. I like opera. I hate theater. So
Well, I think a story needs to be quite good to be made into a theatre show because like they're more expensive to put on than like regular
yeah,
television.
but more expensive doesn't mean good. I mean, look at me.
There are higher standards for it.
And
Like,
the
look-
vagina monologue's considered good theatre. Some old fucking bitch talking about a snatch. Right laugh.
Does the Book of Mormon count as theatre? Or is
Wait,
that-
wait,
That's
wait, I thought
musicals.
wait, I thought the vagina monologues was that Yu-Gi-Oh thing where they took the script of the first episode and just replaced every single word with vagina.
I remember that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like
Yu-Gi-Oh! Version used to be quite good.
monologues. Yu-Gi-Oh. That's the only term. So that explains it. I guess that was just like a reference to whatever the original vagina monologues was.
I feel where I saw it originally. I think it might be like South Park or Curb Your Enthusiasm. But like when I realised it was an actual real thing, I was like, people really go to a theatre to hear about a woman talk about.
I know you'd much rather have someone talk about their penis, wouldn't you?
I'm
No,
gonna go listen to anyone talk about the genitals for 2 hours.
Yeah,
How fucking self-obsessed have you got to be to fucking sit on stage and talk about your fucking snap?
Well, guess what? There's an audience for that, and some people want to hear that.
Well,
So
yeah, and go and enjoy yourself if that's your idea of a fun night out. But this
why
guy's not
would
gonna
you put it on the theater? That's
because
just,
if you talk about it in the street, it's probably a public disorder sort of thing.
well, again, that is just your opinion, and you're not entitled to it.
I would love to go to. Polar Boo presents the vagina monologues, and you just talking about vaginas for 2 hours. I would love that.
Well, that's actually a good idea, but instead of talking about that, I talk about like trans issues.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Yeah, definitely. Like, if that's not already being done, you should definitely do that because that, like the BBC and all these like Huff Posts and shit and slave it. A wild new take on the vagina monologues, a breathtaking new visionary from a coloured woman of
fucking
roots.
dude, the boy pussy monologues. Oh,
yes, you're gonna make millions, and I'm gonna manage you to the top.
yeah.
I only want 10%.
Hey. Why is it always get this?
Remember?
Vaginas, huh?
Right. Is this a Jackson guy?
Yeah, this is Old Man Texan or Old Man Arkansas or whatever.
Alabama, right?
Alabama.
I remembered.
It's better than Texas.
Texas has got Joe Rogan now, though.
See, my point exactly. Thank you.
You're not a Joe Rogan fan.
So would you listen to the vagina monologues, or would you go with like your partner?
Why do you? It's like you're trying to get him to leave.
Well, no, I'm just asking because you lot were making fun of it, but as an intelligent person like myself could see that it definitely does appeal to some people. It's just not you.
I'd like to get a suck job from a woman in the vagina monologues. I feel like they're like kind of fun. You know, while they're all talking about empowering the pussies and she's degrading herself by sucking.
Yeah, that sounds like
that'd be fun.
That'd be like getting head while watching some Camille Paglia presentation. You're like, oh yeah, take that, you fucking slut.
It's like having a white woman. It's like having a black woman under your robes at a Ku Klux Klan rally. So
I don't know about that.
There's that extra level of risk.
I know
Wasn't
that.
that like the Dave Chappelle skit about like the black guy who's secretly who's in the KKK?
You think about the black white supremacist. That
Same
one.
Thing.
His most famous skit. So yeah, let's
I
just...
always wanted a pair of boots made out of vagina.
All right, let's just talk about a proper thing. It's fine. You don't need to discuss this. We'll talk about something else.
Just think about it. They'd never wear out.
That is stink.
Well, how does something...
I mean, you can wash them.
We have a classy topic to discuss now. So, how does something become refined or cultured? So, how does an activity or object or thing become refined or cultured? Like going to the theater is considered refined or
women
cultured.
or minorities involved. Like don't let them get involved in any way, shape, or form.
I'd say partially, but I'd say mostly when the rich start investing time and money into something.
Oh, just trying to think of a counter
I think
example.
first of all, it has to be something people are interested in.
If the masses are interested in it and it's very accessible, then I don't think it's refined or
Yeah,
cultured.
you can't have too many people interested in it.
Oh, so it's got to be exclusive.
Oh,
Yeah,
there we
yeah.
go. That's it. That's the answer. Something has to be exclusive to be refined and cultured. There we go. Hit the nail on the head. So we got the answer.
So
Yeah.
boring.
Yeah, most cases, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I
Um,
can see that.
so we've got a viewer question. Ford motor vehicles. What is everyone's opinions on Ford and the cars they make?
I've had a bunch from secondhand over the years, but I don't think they've ever been particularly
Which
bad
one?
cars.
Which ones are we talking about here?
Yeah, the main Ford ones, not like their subsidiaries. So like
Well,
the
no,
Ford
Well,
Focus.
The thing is that the Fords that sell in America are a lot of pickup trucks, while the ones that sell in here are hot hatchbacks, which they won't have out there. Like if I said Ford Fiesta, I assume you're not going to know what that is.
Sure, it's a great little car. Little
Oh.
Focus was a good little car.
I didn't know you had those out there.
Yeah, I've got a Focus.
There you go. That shut you up,
The
didn't it?
It has
The-
actually, yeah.
the Raptor is a fun truck.
Vehicle.
Oh well, we don't have a Raptor
No,
I don't
we
know
have a
why
lot.
you don't have a Raptor.
because that
Because
would name
our
would not
roads are
fit
too
well.
small. The Cybertruck that's released in there.
All the more reason to have a Raptor.
You wouldn't get down off at roads down here.
You can if you go fast enough.
If you lose your side doors, maybe, and wing mirrors, sure.
It's a pickup truck, baby.
We've just had some breaking
They're
news.
picking up school children on the fenders.
Shout nonce
Yeah.
here. It can't actually drive, so everything he's saying now is just
You
complete
can't
crap.
drive.
So,
Einstein proved that objects get smaller as you go faster.
You might be
he
right.
he proved as in he came up with a theory. I don't think that's really proving anything.
It's also the fact we don't have any straight roads as well, so trying to take them around like tight little corners and around our roundabouts and all that sort of stuff, and
Then there's all the pedestrian.
little narrow streets, and trying to get that around London or something, that kind of tight thing. Our cities just aren't built for big cars.
You wouldn't want to drive it around London with the congestion charges and such.
Yeah, true.
Just had a
lot of inner city areas are like that.
Yeah,
There's no
if
wide
you live
roads.
like in Northumberland or something, a Raptor would be great.
We've just had a very intelligent post come in from a viewer. So Americans like bigger cars. Small hatchbacks don't do very well there. And that does actually sound about right, because Americans have got a reputation of bigger is always
It's
better.
actually
Go big
also
or go
thinking
home.
about it. It's if petrol prices, your petrol prices or gasoline prices are like so much lower than ours, like like half or something nearly price for gas over there compared to Britain.
Well, you wouldn't know, would you, since you don't drive?
Well, do you know, dickhead?
Yeah.
The Focus is a fun car, even over here in America.
Actually, you know what? I do know, because I go past like the gas station and they've got like the prices up there. So it'll be like £117 for whatever the standard unit is.
170. Do you mean £1.7?
Wait, £170 for a can of gas?
Or fine,
Polar didn't realise how much things cost because he's never paid attention. He assumed it was £100 per litre instead of £1.
What the? Yeah, that's fucking inflation, baby. That's gonna be like that.
That would keep you from driving, wouldn't it?
Okay, would £1.17 for a litre sound about right then?
Well, considering they do it in gallons over there.
All right, fine, a gallon.
Dickhead.
All right,
And considering the conversion rate of pounds, it's two. We're dealing with two conversions.
All right, Mr. American man, how much is like a unit of gas in wherever you're from or whatever? A unit of petrol.
It's about $2 a gallon.
$2 Okay, so yeah, it is more. Yeah.
Right, I'll just Google it. Diesel prices in the States are on average 54% lower than they are in the UK and 43% lower for petrol. So yeah, I was about right, about half. half the
That's a-
price. So if
that's
we
a-
were trying to fill up like a big pickup truck out here, we'd bankrupt in a week. Considering we also earn a lot less than you do in America.
Shall we in Germany, Schubert?
Excuse
Yeah,
me?
we're trying to fix the whole British people not making very much money issue. If we can get you
Yeah.
away from the EU and get you into some sort of better trade agreements, we might be able to
We
help
just
you
made
out.
one with Japan the other yesterday, I
Mhm.
think, or today.
We're
And
doing
I'm hoping that'll be
fine.
lucrative.
We're doing fine. We don't need to trade with anyone. We've got everything we need
What
on
do you mean?
our island.
Trade's essential.
That's a very bad setup. That's a very bad mindset. You need to have international trade.
We've got the Commonwealth. They'll give us what we need.
Well, how will they acquire the things you need to give it to you?
We can use them as like middlemen to get
Yeah, but-
things from other countries.
That seems like a lot of paperwork that you don't really need
Then
to
you're
do.
paying double the import tax.
No, because we won't be paying any imports on our Commonwealth
So why would the
countries.
Commonwealth be part of what? Because they're part of EU, are they?
No, because
Yeah.
India.
India is now the new part of the EU. I mean, frankly, I'd rather have India than Turkey. So yeah, go for it.
Well, we've also got Malaysia and
Yeah, the Indians are really based. Like, have you seen the Indian, propaganda YouTube channel? That's fucking hilarious.
I remember seeing one video of an Indian propaganda. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's like
India-
China are like better cocks. Fuck them.
No,
We invade
it were
China.
like some propaganda film. It's like they're all walking around. It's like India in 2030, and it's just like all these Indians walking around, and they're all like got flying cars, and they're all like wearing all this gold and tacky shit. And there's like these white people begging for money from them and shit like, oh please sir, money, help us, dollars, and all these whites on their knees, and all these like rich Indians walking by and just shooing them off. And I'm like, your idea of a perfect society is you just spitting on white people and having all this gaudy, horrible jury.
as someone of Pakistani descent, I can confirm that does sound about right.
Pakistani is like
that's what made me laugh. It weren't like they were altruistic. It weren't like they were like everything were great and like they didn't have all this shit. It was like, oh, in the future we can have as much gold and fucking tacky shit and sunglasses and cars as we can have. It's like, oh, we can all drive. Everyone drive Ferraris too and Lamborghinis. It weren't like anything economical. Like, this is what the future's like. We're gonna be great. It's funny that that's their idea of what greatness is.
Yeah, you've said that thing like 5 times, but yeah, and you're right.
Yeah, but I think it's like the channel that I found is the TFI Globe is like the Indian version of like Murdoch Press, and it's fucking amazingly good. Like it's enjoyable. It's enjoyable. It's quaint. It's amusing.
I'm just saying something like posted. Okay.
That's just an example. Almost all the videos are like it's just like India great, Australia great, China shit.
Okay, cool.
This is the video.
So American Man, is Black Lives Matter still going on? Because we don't hear much about it anymore.
I suppose. I think if they dismiss the case against the cops in Minneapolis today, it'll be another big
Is that today that's going
So
on?
it's stopped for now
the
then.
Sherman thing.
I suppose it never was going around me. So.
Alright, yeah.
Who do you reckon's going to win the election at this point?
Oh, Trump will win. I'm hoping Trump will win the popular vote too. Because that would be glorious.
But didn't Trump just admit to lying about coronavirus?
Yeah, but the Americans, I think the Americans don't really care about that.
I don't really know. I only sort of hear like Twitter.
Oh, well, he didn't really lie about the coronavirus. He was downplaying it and saying he was trying to prevent a panic. Which is
looks like we got one of those incel MAGA alt-right people with us.
A lie of omission is still a lie. Like, I really personally don't care. I don't personally, to clarify, I don't personally care if Trump gets elected or not, because it doesn't really affect me that much. But,
right, but government lies by omission all the time, don't they?
Yeah.
In fact, they have to.
We'll be back in just 2 minutes.
Yeah, but there's a difference between lying by omission. Well, maybe I used the. I will admit I should have phrased that differently. I used the wrong term. What I intended to, or I should have said, is that maybe downplaying a crisis is an issue. That's what I mean. He didn't really lie by omission. He downplayed the issue. I think that's kind of a problem. And I'm not saying this because I'm a liberal snowflake or anything, but as a leader of a country, you have the certain level of responsibility to make sure that when crisis comes, whether it's war or a famine or disease, that
Do you not think that the
But
crisis is being blown out of proportion?
yeah, it's absolutely blown out of proportion. But did he really downplay it?
That's what I'm saying. If it weren't, because I don't really feel like the warranted damage to the economies and sort of the situation we're in now is really worth the 190,000 deaths or whatever.
But is, is it really 190,000
Well,
deaths?
yeah, there's all the co-death
So
causes and stuff like that. Yeah, the comorbidity rates and all that shit.
there's all sorts of weird crap happening around this coronavirus stuff. I don't really know what the truth is.
Well, I
All I know is
remember,
everybody that I know that caught it, they were kind of sick for about 3 or 4 days, and then they got over it.
it seems to be the case for most people. It's just the extremely older people that were going to die anyway. It seems to be.
Sure.
We've just got a question from a viewer. So thoughts on predictions on the big Liverpool versus Leeds football game tomorrow? And
Liverpool all the way, baby.
Really, Liverpool, it's not even a question.
Yeah, well, I mean, Liverpool are literally the champions, and Leeds just got promoted up, so they're.
Although I would like to see Leeds make it a good game.
Fuck Leeds.
You can pretty much count on them playing massively defensively, because small team mentality. They probably
I
don't
thought
think
the Leeds manager had him playing quite like an exciting
it's a different story when you're up against Liverpool, well, the champions.
What people said that last season about what Sheffield United were going to do, but look how they turned out. Before the lockdown, they were a top 6 team looking for a Champions League playoff spot. They were absolutely dominating league, playing up front foot, and they never changed how they played from Championship or League One. They played the exact same style of football, the exact same formation, the entire fucking ride up. And they almost got the fucking top. If they had a decent budget, they'd be a fucking well-beaten team.
They're getting crushed and they're going to be playing defensively. You can take that to the bank.
Okay, somebody write that down.
They might not play defensive because the entire manager's ethos for the last 3 seasons. Did you watch the Leeds Till I Die thing or whatever it were on Amazon?
No, I don't want to watch little teams' backgrounds. I watch the American things because they're like
Leeds. I know they're wondering where it like kind of about Leeds.
American soccer?
No,
why would you watch that crap?
No, I mean,
the American national goalie's pretty good, but the rest of the team kind of sucks. Yeah.
Did you see what happened at the Chiefs game the other day?
I just meant all or nothing. You know that all or nothing Eagles, all or nothing Cardinals. Those shows.
That's the show that did it. I think it were All or Nothing Leeds. I think.
Yeah, but they're small teams, whereas like the NFL teams, they're all big billion-dollar organizations.
Did you see what happened at the?
They just got better marketing.
Well, again, Leeds very small by comparison. And
Yeah,
the Eagles were Super Bowl champions, I think.
Yeah, but the Leeds were one of the biggest teams in Britain.
No, they're not.
They were.
You know what Leeds needs? They need to start doing some tailgating.
You know, they're kind of a scummier team, so that might actually match up with their personality, actually. No offense, Eben, I know you're a fan, but yeah, Leeds are a scummy fan base. You'll find quite a lot of the teams who wear white uniforms tend to be quite scummy. Millwall are the other one. Oh, and MK Dons. Yeah, that's a trend I've noticed. Okay.
Yeah, Leeds are a fallen giant. I think they won league back in there.
Fine, whatever. Actually, that's all of our main topics done. Anyone got any more ideas?
Sure.
Wait, I have. Oh wait, no, you go first. It's fine.
Oh, I was just gonna say, what do you fellas think about bullying?
Bullying is obviously bad, and I don't think actually, you will find people with positive opinions on it. They'll say, "Oh, it toughens you up and hardens your skin."
I wouldn't say
and all that.
I'd say that it's something that happens in every facet of life. I think I think there's workplace bullying. I think there's school place bullying. I think like generally there's some people that try and like dominate other people, and some people are naturally submissive. So I think no matter what you try and do to stop it, there's always going to be some form of bullying.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean you need to live with it just because it's something that does naturally
Yeah,
occur.
but
Yeah,
if you let other people take care of it for you, then you never learn to stand up for yourself.
Well, I don't mean they need to stand up for you. You need to like kill the bullies or something like that. Or just
The problem, I think my issue with bullying is that I grew up in elementary school. I was, a little bit later after that, I was bullied pretty hard. But then I realized, the positive of bullying, if anything, is that it teaches you how to fit in and be less socially autistic.
or it completely crushes you. It sink or
Well,
swim.
yeah, that's kind of a you problem. If it crushes you, then that's your problem. I mean, I don't want to get too into it, but the one thing that bullying taught me is that, in the real world, people expect you to be a certain way. They expect a certain cookie-cutter personality. It doesn't matter how much you fake it, as long as you can present it, then you're going to be fine.
Well,
So
what if what they want you to present is bad?
yeah, who cares? As long as you make bank. Because frankly, like in a business situation, if you act like you are expected to act a certain way, because if you don't act a certain way, you won't get the business deal that you need. If you want to do marketing, then you need to know how people act and understand how people act, so you can create the marketing that appeals to the largest common denominator of people you want to sell it to. And by understanding that, by learning how to, and say if you don't naturally think like that, and so then bullying can help in that regard.
Okay, well, I got called queer in mosque, and I was bullied because of that. Should I have learned to act
Is it bullying
straight?
if they were? Is it bullying if they were right?
I mean, let me ask you a question. How would you feel if I called you that now?
Oh, I'd be water off a duck's back. Maybe even worse.
Right.
Badge of surprise.
Well, it sounds to me like bullying worked.
Oh, well, at the time, though, it wasn't very nice.
Well,
And I
of
probably came
course,
to
it's
the.
not pleasant while you're being bullied, but I would
That's the
say
thing
it's
with-
an important part of child development.
But I think I
It's a
owned it on my
societal
own.
skill, in a way. You've learned to defend yourself. You've learned to try and, I don't know. You give sarcastic remarks and bitchy sort of retorts and stuff because that's how you
between
defend against it.
you making fun of each other.
Yeah.
That is male friendships in England. You just take the piss out of each other all the time. And I kind of like that, really.
Yeah, well, I think it's far deeper than that, because wasn't it an Italian dude who did the child observations of children at play?
And then?
What was his name? Piaget.
Sounds close enough.
I don't remember his name anyway. He was the one that kind of observed that children at play, if one group or one person doesn't win at least 30% of the time, they'll quit playing the game. And the point of the exercise is to play the game, and if somebody quits, then you can't play the game, so you have to kind of let them win. Well, there's quite a lot of these observations, and he didn't directly touch on bullying, but I think some of his observations can kind of help understanding of bullying. And I'm not talking about assault, obviously. It's a whole different category from just bullying. Even though bullying can sometimes lead to assault.
What about like racist harassment? Like something that would happen in the olden days is white families would stick their penis into their letterbox of Pakistani families and urinate into their homes. I saw that recently in a film.
That's not bullying. That's a fucking crime. I mean,
yeah. I mean, you could. Several different crimes, obviously. But
yeah. In the film Blinded by the Light, which was released in the US last year and is on Amazon Prime currently, you will see that. So,
but I mean, like putting a strip of bacon on the door of a mosque. Is that bullying or?
That's.
It's kind of random. It's not exactly a targeted, specific harassment. I feel like bullying is person to person.
Yeah, but I'd say that qualifies as vandalism, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
The bacon on someone's house specifically, and you know who the person is. That seems a bit more like bullying.
Okay.
Well, I wouldn't call that bullying. That's more, targeted harassment.
What if
you
it was
know,
a kid
like-
from school?
Like
Yeah, but
but that's still, if it's like on the school ground, it's like, oh, faggot or something.
I think
But
you've got to have a
that's
specific person in mind if you're trying to upset them. Like if you're like,
yeah,
if I know this guy lives here, and if I put that on his door, it's going to upset him. I think that would be bullying. But if it's just sort of like an institution where you're trying to get at someone, get at like a group of people, that's just harassment or something like that.
yeah, harassment or vandalism, or I don't know how like Americans have like the whole hate crime thing.
Bullying's got to have a person behind it, I think, personally.
sure.
What we
I
say
definitely
about
think
bullying.
it's an important part of child development.
Yeah.
I think an overly sanitary childhood can be as negative, I suppose, for a child. They can become like unworld weary and sort of
Yeah, or they become like
they have no understanding of how the world really works. They get sucked into things too easily.
yeah, like like you hear about like these kids, they have like a great carefree childhood and they never had to worry about anything, and then they grow up and they fall into these screw ups, and then
I've
yeah,
got
like 20,000 credit card debt, and then
Well, they never learned any like valuable life skills because they were too overly protected.
yeah.
That's all life really is, just gathering a collection of skills to try and best suit
Yeah.
the scenario that you're being
Yeah,
given.
like how birds throw the chicks out of the tree to make sure they learn how to fly. You got to do that with kids. Like
Yeah.
not literally out of the tree, but
That's how you break kids' arms.
yeah. But then they learn how it feels to for the bones to grow back together.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah.
I've got an interesting question now. Don't cheat. Don't look up the answer. So this is to our American friend. Due to how big of an event it is and how you're reminded of every year, can you tell me off the top of your head how many people actually died in 9/11? The exact
Can I
number.
guess after?
Oh yeah, you're right. Yesterday was night. Well, today
Come
sort of
on,
it's
guess.
9/11.
I want to say it was just over 3,000.
Yeah, I wanted to say 3,150.
4,000.
I would have guessed about 4,000. Yeah.
You're all wrong. It's just under 3,000. 2,996. 2,996.
American guy gets it for being closest.
Yeah, yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, but the
on
truth
being...
is, if I'm being honest, I actually slept through 9/11.
I remember announcing it at school. I think I were like they brought us all in. Like, oh, there's been an incident.
Oh, that must have been the day after though, because it happened after school. Because I remember they cancelled cartoons and they were just showing the news instead, and I was really pissed.
I'm pretty sure it didn't because
Well-
they're like a time delay over in America.
7
I
hours.
will.
Yeah.
I was working a night shift, so I just got in from work at 7 o'clock that morning, and I went to sleep. And a buddy called me and told me that, oh, we're under attack. And I said, we are. Where are they? And he said, New York. I said, well, call me when they get closer. Hung up the phone and went back to sleep.
I remember getting kicked out of that assembly because me and my friend were stamping on each other's feet and just being arseholes through the entire thing. We're like, I didn't know what were happening. It was like, I'm what year? At 2001. Like,
Yeah.
I'm 7 years old. Don't expect them to understand the gravity of the situation. I'm going to stamp on this kid's feet. It seems more fun.
Yeah.
Still, I don't think I even understood what actually happened until like a year or so after.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I don't think
as a
knew.
kid, you can't absorb those events. It's like a plane flew into a building. And
Yeah, I don't think I got the
scenes.
plane flying into buildings and buildings falling, but
well, you see that and you just think, well, that happened, like, and then you just go on with playing outside and fucking collecting Pokemon cards and being a kid.
Yeah.
That's why they say kids are resilient. Like, your kids bounce back, and then like you get all the fucked up issues in an adult. Kids just keep chugging along. When you get to an adult and you start thinking about all the shit that you get bogged down.
I wonder if that'd be an interesting, survey or experiment you could see. Like, say you take, you find out kids who had like trauma when they're younger, and then also, like went to the military, and you find kids that didn't have trauma when they're younger, and they go to the military. You could see which one had more PTSD. That would be an interesting observation. I'd be curious.
Yeah, definitely. I probably would actually.
Oh, I just thought of a question for the American friend. I have, I'd say, extended family over maybe 3 different degrees in Eastern Kentucky, and I want to know if you have ever been to Eastern Kentucky.
Can you repeat that?
I have extended family over like 3 uncles, like I think like uncle third removed or whatever, something. And they live in Eastern Kentucky, and I was curious if you had ever been to Eastern Kentucky, just at a.
No, I don't. No, I've not been to Eastern Kentucky.
Bit specific that you said
Is there a
Eastern
Western
Kentucky.
Kentucky?
All I remember is I keep hearing stories of they always refer to like it's Eastern Kentucky and the coal mines and stuff. So
Yeah.
Is there actually
I mean,
a Western Kentucky there? That's
sure.
Eastern Kentucky
Eastern
isn't a
Kentucky
state,
is
that's what you're getting at.
it's a lot more hill country. It's up towards Smoky Mountains.
It's more that I've like heard of Eastern Kentucky in like maybe like a country song or just like a TV show or something. I've never heard of West Kentucky ever mentioned ever.
Well, Western Kentucky is more like Louisville and stuff. It's flat and getting away from the hill country a little bit.
Hello. Bonjour.
Hello.
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 Hello, Frenchie.
Hello.
Who is this?
Hello.
Oh,
Bonjour.
it's that guy from earlier. He's just
Bonjour.
meaning.
Je déteste le français.
Oui, oui.
Shut up or I'll ban you. Because I know
Fucking hell.
you're screwed with me.
Relax now, man. Jesus
Hey,
Christ.
what the hell was that?
Fucking half 11.
Kazakh say.
All right, kid.
Where are you from?
You're right.
Alright.
Which part of the country are you from?
Leeds. Leeds.
I don't believe you.
I am.
Wait,
Put on an
Leeds?
accent.
That was a bit
Leeds.
rough.
Yeah, and can you stop deep throating the mic? It's very
Sorry.
uncomfortable listening.
Sorry, I'm
Call me that one more time.
Mm,
You know what? And you're
nice
gone.
one, lad.
What are you up to?
Talking about Western Kentucky.
Where the fuck's that?
That's what I was saying.
It's in the west of Kentucky.
Just some feedback from a viewer. This German guy on the radio show is highly autistic.
Yeah, definitely. But I think it could be just being German. But I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just letting
No,
them know
no,
that you are diagnosed autistic.
No, I'm not diagnosed autistic. I'm diagnosed schizoid depressed.
Yeah, same thing, really.
It's not really. I mean, I'm more creative than the average autistic person.
Yeah, of course you are. Of course you are.
I didn't know there was a difference between German and autistic.
Mm.
Okay, there we go. Get that out there. Yeah.
The German.
Just a second. Just a second. Oh. 2 seconds.
What are you doing?
Okay. Okay. So, what's everyone's opinion on the East Asian races? Do you?
Fucking lizards.
Right. So you feel that they are inherently different.
Japan is once again based and Nihon pilled.
You ever been to Japan?
Sadly not. My plan though is I have a whole bucket list. I'm going to go to Isakuni Shrine. I'm going to find Shiraishi's grave and possibly piss on it if I do find it. Definitely going to see the countryside.
Well, I've been to Japan, and it kind of sucks.
Would you say the people there are inherently different?
They're very polite, but
Robotic?
what's that?
Robotic, perhaps?
No,
Inhuman?
they're just not very nice.
Yeah, so kind of like lacking that basic human compassion that we're all born with, and that comes
Well,
in
you
area.
got to
come
remember.
on.
You got to remember they don't like you.
Yeah, so they do, like
So-
so how people other races might see someone down on their luck, hurt, dying on the street, they would try and help you, whereas a Japanese person would walk away or perhaps even
No. They would help you.
Can I just say to you what happened in your flat stairwell the other day, Polar Boo? What's this about other races stopping and helping?
Oh, no, the guy was on spice, wasn't he? So that's okay.
I think
You're assuming that, but you still needed help though, right?
There were 4 other people around.
Is the spice?
yeah.
Polar Boo had been smoking spice with some
Isn't that
drink on grinder and kicked him out into all and he collapsed.
Isn't that just an American thing? Or
Nah,
is that
spice is the British one.
Yeah, so spice is like the British drug.
It's that synthetic
Fucking
sort
hell.
of weed thing. It's ice and all the methers and uppers and shit that's more American.
Yeah, I said like was it like ketamine was the American thing.
No, ket's more British, isn't it? I think.
Yeah, I thought like
Common in Britain.
or like Xanax and stuff.
Xanax and that's the American one because they all get their pharmaceutical drugs very easily over there.
I love Xanax.
Xanax, codeine, all that sort of stuff.
Xanax.
They don't
Like,
have codeine, do they? They have
Like the purple stuff.
Yeah.
hydrocodone.
I never understood recreational use of those drugs because they just put me to sleep.
Full on memory loss.
Yeah, but that's what some people want. They just want to pretty much go to sleep.
I can do that with Benadryl.
Diazepam. Diazepam's where it's at.
Yeah.
I love diazepam. I'm scared of Xanax.
Is
seen people on-
diazepam
The whole
benzo?
night is gone.
Benadryl. It's diazepam.
I've had
Diazepam's the winner.
I've had Xanax before.
I've had Xanax and diazepam.
One pop a Xanny and have a couple of beers. That's a nightmare.
Yeah, but you fellas don't get exposed to things like peyote.
Magic mushrooms. I had peyote there.
Peyote's great. I mean, I once had a conversation with a recliner.
Yeah, I've never tripped out that hard, to be fair.
That's like 2 days or something. Is in Baaaaaaaaaaaaack.
No, it didn't last that long.
Didn't it make you sick and stuff, though? But I suppose shrooms do too, to be fair.
Well, it depends on if you eat too much of it, I suppose. I didn't get sick.
I would love to try peyote. I have done shrooms a good few times.
I've done LSD a few times too.
Done DMT. I've not done LSD, but
I've not done DMT.
DMT is fun. You see aliens. You literally.
I never knew whether to do like the crystal one because it's like shorter and only 10 minutes, more intense, or like the T one because it's like longer but like mellower.
Do the full thing, get the full effect. See
So
aliens.
the full one, the crystals. I had a friend though that did a ton of it and he kind of went a bit overboard. He was like doing it almost every day at one point. Like I've never seen someone abuse psychedelics, and he managed it, and he lost his job and his mind.
I did DMT once, and I literally went and saw aliens, and I don't want to do it again now. I don't think I'll ever do it again. As in, I got on a spaceship. I went to another planet, an 8-bit planet, and that's it. That's my DMT. I don't think.
Have you seen Limmy Show?
It was fun, but I'm not doing it again.
Have you seen Limmy Show?
No, I don't mean I'd try LSD. Probably still if I had the chance, but apparently DMT is meant to be stronger.
Yeah, it is, I think, definitely. Like I've never seen.
And LSD, you've got the whole, like 12-hour thing.
Yeah, that's kind of the annoying bit. It's
away from that. If I can just have something really powerful for like 10 or 15 minutes instead of something for 12 hours, then I think
it's like 12 plus and all. Like the high is 12, and then you've got like trying to come down.
Yeah, I like coming and going in waves. No. I don't know at this age. I don't know if I could handle like a 12 or 24-hour trip.
Yeah, I think shrooms is about my lot at this age.
Oh, shrooms are fun. You can go picking shrooms.
I know it's about that season now, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. It's around November normally. It might be around now in England anyway. You can go picking them. They're everywhere.
I ain't got a motor there. I'd need to get a lift off my mate. I suppose I could wrangle him in.
Nice day trip. Go out, go to a field, go picking all day.
Yeah, okay. I think we need to move this discussion along a little
Which
bit.
fields is
Not
it? Do you
everyone
know?
here
Is
is a
it cow
druggie.
shit or like sheep shit? Or
No,
something,
I
or
like
just
the
random
sober
shit?
world now. When I was a kid, I did that stuff. I kind of expect other kids to do that stuff. I grew out of it.
How old
Now,
were you when you grew out of it?
well, I like being sober now. I
Yeah,
enjoy the sober world.
How old were you when you finished up?
Oh, probably 24, 25, somewhere in that neighborhood.
I'm also sober, which is good.
I have maybe like a beer or two once a week, but
Yeah.
you know,
I
other
think
than
it's
that,
just the trashy underclass we have here who like their drugs.
oh come
Damn
on.
pikeys.
Yep, that's exactly what they are.
No.
Hope you didn't actually offend them.
There's nothing wrong with a little bit now and again.
So one of the big stories to come out recently was regarding the American manufacturer Microsoft's foray into the video games market with the Xbox Series S console, which is going to be sold at $250. No, wait, £250, which is $300. Um, do you feel that Microsoft will do well in the next console war, and will you be buying an Xbox?
Well, could you explain to me what the difference between that and in the two versions of the Xbox
Yes.
coming out? What's the other version? What's the differences?
Well, the smaller one won't be able to take discs. It'll be 100% digital, so you'll have to buy games online or get the
Like
Games
the
Pass.
lower grade PlayStation 5 or whatever it is.
Yes, but there are other differences as well. So it'll also be less powerful.
Right.
But as long as it plays the games at
Does it still
30
play the same so it won't be 4K then?
Yeah, it also won't be 4K. It'll be 144p.
Well, fuck that then. Absolute bag of shit. What's the point?
I think might upscale to 4K or something.
Yeah, that's point.
Wait,
Just have the legit thing.
what's
the lower end PlayStation 4's price?
Sorry, PlayStation 4. What do you mean?
5, sorry.
5's price
I've-
hasn't been released yet, but it's been rumored they are scrambling to change their pricing strategy after learning what Xbox prices were.
Well, I heard years ago. I don't know if it's still true, but games consoles generally sell either at a loss or very close to a loss because they make most of their money on games licensing fees and stuff like that. Like
Yes,
if they put $1 billion like Sony's out next to fuck all and they lose 10 million in first year by shipping them all out, they'll recoup that just by having that share in market.
Yes,
They'd rather have that exposure.
there is truth to that. So the Xbox 360 famously sold at a loss. PlayStation 3 slashed its prices and had to sell at a loss. It looks like that might be what Microsoft are doing. I do know some financials. So Microsoft, 9% of Microsoft's money is made from Xbox stuff, and 24% of Sony's. So Microsoft actually makes more money from their console stuff, but Sony still had the largest share. So take that how you will. So like Microsoft's better at business, but
I don't understand who buys Xboxes.
Americans.
Yeah, but
Not me.
But I don't
I don't
understand
have anything with Microsoft.
Well, not even a. Well, what about Microsoft Office?
I like
They're not
Microsoft
compatible.
controllers. That's about it. I think they're a lot better than PlayStation controllers. I prefer the layouts.
I mean, yeah, okay, I have an Xbox 360 controller as a gamepad, but you know, I mean, like, who buys an actual Xbox? It's just
Wait, hold on. What you
I
got like
think Xbox-
Windows? Oh, sorry, go on.
I think Xbox 360 would fairly like a decent investment, but like yeah, after PlayStation 4, like
yeah, but why? I mean, what exclusive games does
for the
Xbox
Xbox
have?
360,
The
Gears of
360
War were a lot of fun. It had Halo 3, which were like the biggest
but
release of the
360 had a lot of
generation.
exclusives.
But Halo is
Forza
just
were
like
a lot of fun back then. I
Okay.
agree that Xbox hasn't got anything to really go for it now. I think if I were gonna go for a console, like I'm a PC gamer predominantly,
yeah, same here.
I'd
I'm a
definitely
PC.
go for a PlayStation.
Yeah, I mean, they don't. I think for me, I personally, I PC game and I fucking use emulators for everything. if I had to pick one, I'd pick PlayStation because it just has so many more games like
Yeah.
Bayonetta, Lollipop Chainsaw, the Persona games.
I mean, right now, you're specifically just talking about this point in time, and you're speculating the PlayStation 5 will have more exclusives.
Well, yeah, but they always just like rehash the same franchises, and I think
Yeah, but if
PlayStation's
you're
done a
just
better job of managing their franchises over a long term than Xbox has. Like Gears of War is like nowhere near the franchise. Like, do you remember how much hype they were for like 2 and 3? Like, people were getting mad for 2 and 3. Like, nobody gives a fuck anymore. Same for a lot of like, same for Halo. Halo 3 were like, people were getting it 10 out of 10s. They were talking about it like it was the best fucking shooter ever.
Yeah,
Halo
what was
4, the Master Chief Collection thing comes back out in 4 and 5 and nobody cares.
speaking of console games? Did anybody actually play Last of Us 2?
yeah, it was brilliant. I mean, it wasn't as good as the first one, and the story really dragged, and there were real story issues.
Because I heard like some of the characters were total assholes or something.
I've never played either.
Me neither, because I don't know.
That's
I'm on
kind of the
PlayStation.
point. They're supposed to be a bit overcome by the desire with revenge, and that Marvel is revenge is bad. So they're supposed to be assholes in the story.
That's kind of lame.
Isn't it
Why would
quite
you?
an on the rails game?
There's an open world section.
Like, isn't the whole point of fiction like that you're supposed to indulge in revenge fantasies? I mean, that's why the Punisher is so good. Like, yeah, in the real world he would work, but
I hate Punisher, and I think revenge is bad is a good lesson.
But
I like a little bit of revenge fantasy.
yeah, like seeing the Punisher throw a human trafficker out of a 45th story window is pretty cathartic.
Okay, but fine. I guess you can say there are two parts to it. But you get your revenge, and then you learn the consequences of it, and
Yeah,
then
and
you
then
learn revenge is bad.
Yeah, in the end, in like the end, but
Yeah, like
Yeah.
at the end you get the message then. So at the first half you're going off on your jolly revenge quest, so you can enjoy it that way. And
Yeah,
then you later learn the consequences.
but that's stupid.
the
It's just
consequences
moral.
usually is that like is seeking revenge because he's such a broken individual. It's usually like the family's being obliterated by some dickhead.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wipe these guys out, and then they finish the job. Like, why would I want to live? My family's gone. I'm glad I'm dying now. Like all these scum. That's exactly what I wanted.
Yeah, I mean, if you
Danger Ball is the best video game ever.
Danger.
I mean,
Danger Ball.
Is that some kind of
Danger
Atari
Ball.
thing?
Is that like some 16-bit shithouse?
No,
Danger
it's
Ball.
VR game. It's VR Pong, basically.
I ain't got VR. I'm not.
That might actually be kind of fun, I guess.
Yeah, I'm looking at some screenshots right now. It looks pretty interesting.
It's far better with the VR headset on.
What have you got? Have you got what headset?
Yeah.
No,
That's
what
pretty
headset
cool.
have you got? Have you got Index?
Oh,
or
I got the cheap
Oculus?
PlayStation headset.
Oh,
Wait, did you play that VR PlayStation game with the little where you control the camera with the little tiny little munchkin that's like a jump and run for the VR thing?
Oh yeah, yeah. Tried that.
Yeah. I saw Let's Play of that. If I had the gear, I'd play it, but I don't want to spend money.
For
I've never
me.
actually tried VR.
VR Spider-Man is pretty interesting.
Ooh, that does
Actually
sound
got a
different.
little bit of vertigo from the VR Spider-Man.
The one game I've been interested in like trying like in VR. Have you seen that like first person sword and sandals game or whatever it is, where like you where you've got like swords and you're stabbing people and they're trying to like stab at you and stuff.
Oh yeah, you mean with the one with all the big buff dudes?
Yeah, you can like change all the sizes so they're like giants or you're a giant and stuff like that.
Is that
It's
the
not
one
like a battle
PewDiePie
simulator.
played?
I think so. Yeah, we kept stabbing people in the knees or whatever.
Yeah, I watched that one.
Except to want to play it a bit more. Bit more serious, but
it'd be really cool, a VR Tony Hawk game. That would be so fucking awesome.
Well, do you remember that peripheral version they made years back? They brought out, like, when Guitar Hero was super popular and everyone making peripherals. Tony Hawk had one. He had like a little deck.
Oh yeah,
like
for the Wii. Yeah, I saw. Played it.
I don't know if it were it for the Wii. I thought it might be for the Xbox. I think it was for a few different things. Like it was like part of his Tony Hawk's game, and it was like a full-on peripheral that you had to buy separately. And like you could stand on it and like do actual kickflips and it'd like
Yeah.
register in game and stuff.
Yeah, I heard it was kind of shit with the registry, so I never bothered it. But back in the day, I played so many Tony Hawk games, like American Wasteland, Tony Hawk's Underground. Oh man.
I never really actually played them too much.
Yeah, I spent so much time as a kid playing those. I mean, it's just... I also played the Jackass video game. Yeah.
I saw it, but I always thought that like TV and movie tie-in games were usually pretty bad. So
No, the Jackass one, maybe it's rose-tinted glasses, but you know, I played the shit. Like I love the Jackass game. It's basically like Tony Hawk with less tricks, but more stunts, more things you can do, but you know, less ways how to do them. Like you could launch yourself out of a cannon and you know impale yourself with an icicle, and then you know the icicle would stick into the wall, and then you would move your limp body off the icicle, and you know fall into a trash compactor, and yeah.
Didn't know this existed. Jackass video game.
Yeah.
Very good.
It's pretty fun. I mean,
Download this. Anyone ever played the original Stalker game?
Okay, we're moving on from the topic of video games. We want something more inclusive.
one last thing about the Stalker video game. It's on my list. Once I'm done with
Stalker video game. It's set in Ukraine.
yeah, Pripyat, right?
Yeah.
I went there.
I've just started playing it now.
I still want. I need to play a couple other games.
Weeks ago.
Yeah.
You've got 25 minutes left before it hits midnight.
Okay.
It's only like an hour or two drive away from Kiev.
Yeah. Apparently, you know, they have like the abandoned fairground and that in it at some point.
That's where I went. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Stalker. You might like Stalker. It's like it's set in an alternate reality in Ukraine.
Is it that new one that came
All
out?
these sort of zombies walking around almost.
Did it come out this year or something? I think.
No, that's
yeah.
the Metro. Yeah.
Come out now. There's the original Stalker, which is like 10 years old, and I'm playing the original game now. It's a really interesting game. It's actually really good. Yeah, you know, you can get it for like dirt cheap as well now. You know, because they just released like Stalker 2.
I've never really been a big first-person shooter guy. I don't like the most. I usually play I usually just play Football Manager. That's like my main game.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit of Fall Guys now and again. I usually like just sort of like stupid random shit. Like I was big into Mordau for a while. But I've gone off that a bit now.
So fascinating. So yeah, I was just about to bring up another topic of discussion. And that topic of discussion is the existence of pro wrestling and how it relies on its American audience for legitimacy, but that audience is quickly dwindling while international sales account for the bulk of its revenue, but without that tiny American audience to maintain a national television audience, it stops.
Did you say wrestling?
Yes. So
My wife likes it.
your wife?
I understand that. Yeah, she likes it.
But your wife would be like quite old.
Yeah, she's always
Female.
watched wrestling. So. But I get it. You know, it's men in tights bouncing around and play fighting. You know, if it was women, I'd watch it.
They do have some women, you know.
Yeah, but not enough.
Yeah, it's like maybe
Man, I don't want to look at guys' butts.
Yeah.
Saw enough of that in the army.
Would you say that's why wrestling is on the decline? Because too many people don't want to be seen as gay? Because wrestling has a declining viewership, you see.
I don't think most people give a crap whether other people think they're gay.
So why aren't American people watching wrestling even though the rest of the world is watching it?
They turned it into too much of a soap opera.
Oh.
Wasn't it always like that?
Not really. I mean, in the old days, everybody would do their tough talk crap, and then they'd get in the ring and do their little scripted fight, you know,
Joe and Vince,
thing.
whatever he's called, said
And
nigger at that one time.
you
That was fun.
you would get fun little interactions, especially when they had their hot mic moments. You know, so it was just fun.
I remember I used to watch back. I had a short like 6 month period back in high school where I was really into American wrestling, and I watched some of the old stuff. Like, was this one match that I thought it was a really like Ric Flair versus Terry Funk. I think I like that one. It was a good match. Probably like the mid '90s, I believe.
Yeah, okay, that would have been about 94, I believe. At least when
Yeah.
Terry Funk was champion.
Yeah. The thing is, the reason I got into wrestling back then is because this manga that I used to read, and the whole thing was just like a giant reference to like '90s wrestling in America. I was like, this guy called, and that's how I got into it. Yeah.
Huh, okay.
See, I never had Sky. I think you had to have Sky in the UK to watch wrestling when you were
Yeah,
younger.
because you were on Sky One, weren't it? I
Yeah,
used to have to
yeah.
watch
It's
it
on
at my mate's
BT
house.
now.
People talking about it. It's like, I've not got Sky.
Yeah,
You
my
have a
parents were working
TV?
class scum. It went on free TV. We had 5 channels,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you had to pay like £30 a month for
Sunday
something.
Night Heat was on Channel 4 for a while, but you might be a bit too
Wasn't there like a shit one on Channel 5 as well?
Yeah,
Thunder
Thunder
Wave.
was on Channel 5, but it was on at the same time as Robot Wars, I think.
I mean,
Fuck no, I was definitely watching Robot Wars.
Yeah, I was watching Robot Wars as well.
yeah, SmackDown's on German basic cable, so
Well, again, you're talking basic here, but you gotta pay your monies. Anyway, it's more accessible now because it's on BT. But it got,
I think maybe I'm gonna do tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm gonna watch the newest episode of SmackDown. See what it's like. See what's
okay,
changed.
just so you know, they are at WWE wrestling in America is at all-time low viewers. You're talking about 1.5 million. In the UK, recently, an episode of wrestling live got less than 10,000 viewers.
Dude, I don't care as long as as long as Becky Lynch is still there, you know.
Nope, she's gone. She's pregnant.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me!
Yeah, she won't be back this year, that's for sure.
She was like the only hot one besides the goth one.
Oh, she's injured. I mean, she's like retired. Paige.
Yeah. Fuck my life.
Yeah, her neck broke.
I remember the guy in my high school. He was feverishly like simping for Alexa Bliss. Like,
Oh, she's still around, but she's also like really quite injured, so
yeah.
doesn't really wrestle. She pretends like she could, kind of. She mainly does talk show host bits.
Hmm.
Um,
What about the fucking the movie star guy who makes like these old shitty C-list movies? What's his name again?
The Miz.
Yeah. He was funny. He was amusing.
Yeah, he's still around.
Rowdy Roddy Piper, he was in one of my favorite movies.
He's dead.
Yes,
Of
I know.
cancer.
What the fuck?
They still used to wheel him out just until he died.
Do you remember when the Hulk sued? What's it called? That Gorka or whatever or something. Remember it's Hulk sued for releasing his sex tape or something.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. There's like this like reality TV show.
Yeah,
and
shit
it was
like that would never happen in the UK or Germany or anywhere else. You would not win that amount of money over something like that.
Like
He did lose his contract with WWE or whatever, didn't he? Didn't they remove
But
him
he
from
wasn't
the
making
Hall of
like
Fame?
tens of millions.
Well, no, but it ruined his potential earnings and stuff like that. I do.
Yeah,
really definitely
like
don't get
legally
that.
though, legally in the UK, you can't make like potential earning. You need to actually be able to put a number on something to be able to say you
No,
lost this amount.
It's probably
You
why it's
can't
better.
sue over speculative, imaginary numbers.
Well, that's why America's better than you.
No, it's not, because then you could like say someone puts up a building project next to your place, and it prevents
there's
people
planning
from
and
coming
zoning
into your
laws for
shop.
that. There's planning and zoning laws.
Yeah,
for
but they
that.
like just got around it. They just
Yeah,
did it
but
like
they
whatever they
wouldn't, though,
could.
because-
No,
they
like
wouldn't, because
okay,
there's
fine. They
planning and
did
zoning
whatever
laws.
was within the law, whatever.
Well,
Like,
I wouldn't have a problem. They wouldn't be able to do anything
Oh.
to impede my business because they'd be.
okay, they put a scaffold up. A shop next to you put a scaffold up. That's normal enough, right?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
And then let's say that you've noticed that your business declined by 10%. You couldn't sue over that.
You could possibly
No,
sue
no, you
over it in
can't because you
America.
can't prove. Well, yeah, in America, but nowhere, not in the
That's why
UK.
I'm saying America's better than you.
It's
Fuck,
ridiculous though.
shit
People
out.
would be suing everyone over everything.
So that's how it should be. Where's mine? I want my money. If someone fucks you over, you're entitled to compensation.
Yeah, what wasn't that the like American commercial was like I was like, that's my money and I want it now. And it's like, yeah. No, I frankly,
agree.
I gotta say about that point is I agree with Milton Friedman's belief that every country has different quirks, different negatives and positives, and you gotta if you really care that much about these negatives and possibilities, either move to that place or move from that place. Don't try to change it yourself in your country if there's somewhere else what has the same thing, because certain things work different for certain people, and you shouldn't try to screw over for them if you're the only one person who doesn't work for it. So that's my opinion. Like for me, Germany works perfectly, so I'm not going to move anywhere. But if it didn't work for me, I'd rather not lobby against it. I'd just go to a country where it better suits my tastes.
Isn't it like physically impossible?
Why
for
wouldn't
you
you try to
to
fix the
walk?
place where you're at, though?
Oh my god, that's not the first time we've heard that statement during this show. Before they were talking about immigration.
Like,
Oh.
well, there's a difference between if you're I'm not talking about like if your country's like a war-torn crapple. I'm talking about like say different economic preferences. Like say I prefer to have social security, or I prefer to pay less taxes. For example, if I prefer to pay less taxes, I'd move to the United States. But as for me, the system of social security works, and I like it, and I prefer to pay a little bit more taxes. That's why I stay in Germany. That's what I mean. But if there was like a dictatorship or like a war, then of course I try to fix the situation I have here right now. But
Huh.
No, I'm too lazy for that. I just want to jump into a country that pretty much like I already like the idea of. Can't be asked to mold my own settings.
Um, so which American sports are you following at the moment? The NHL are having their playoffs, or are the
NBA.
NBA? I think your
NBA.
team, the Bucks, have been eliminated already.
Yep, we did. We got fucking steamrolled out of there by Miami. Absolutely disgusting. Really miserable about it.
Oh, okay.
I'm legitimately thinking of changing teams.
Well, yeah, I think anyone could have told you that. I mean, they've only won the league like once or
They won
twice.
68. I think they won 68 games before the lockdown. They were the number one seed in the Easterns or whatever it is, and they were just absolutely dominating everyone. They were predicted to win the entire playoffs.
So now who do
I
you think?
follow women's curling.
No, you don't.
I do.
Curling's actually kind of alright if you're pissed drunk.
Have you ever watched women's curling?
I have actually.
Well, how's women's curling different from men's curling? Curling's curling.
I actually
'Cause it's
prefer
women.
bowls. I prefer bowls over curling, though. I think it's a bit more skill.
Yeah,
Bowls is a
bowls is
fucking
more
luxury.
British.
I don't even know what the rules are for curling. I don't know how.
Did you
who
get it into the
wins
middle
and
thing? You get
You have a
points
target.
depending where it
It's
is.
pretty much darts. Big scoreboard closest to the
I don't
highest
care.
scoring thing.
It's women with brooms and they're bent over, sweeping, and
Maybe they're wearing like
butts
jackets
are
and shit 'cause it's
shaking.
cold, and they've got fucking
Well, I think
headbands on and shit 'cause it's cold out.
well, I think that's sexist. I think that the sport is interesting enough as it is, and whether it's
Absolutely, it's sexist.
I-
And I'm going to watch it anyway.
I only watch men's curling.
yeah, good choice.
It's a higher skill level.
Oh no, I think it's like the same. I mean,
I know it's a joke.
I like sometimes I like watching like lower league baseball games. Like what was the game I watched a while ago? Like Vermont versus Brooklyn or something. It's like it's like they're not that great, but it's fun to see the amateurish things.
what do they
Sure,
hit the
they
ball more
make
often?
more mistakes.
Well, the thing that
I'll-
happened in the American Football League yesterday, the Kansas Chiefs game, they were having a show of unity, and everyone like linked arms, and then all the fans started booing.
Oh, has the NFL started again, or is it still preseason?
Started again. They had the first
Oh.
game yesterday.
How do you even watch it? Do you have to watch it on the internet, or is it?
I just
Is it on
saw
Channel
people.
4 for a bit, weren't it? Or
I saw
Oh,
people
like-
talking about it online. I don't actually
It's
like
Sky
NBA,
Sports.
NFL. I like
Was it
NBA
Sky
though. The reason I like NBA is because I'm a degenerate gambler at times, and I usually have like a real bad sleeping schedule. So like, I'll be up at like 3 a.m. with fuck all to do. And there's like no to bet on apart from NBA games, and like there's tenant fuckers on. So why not? So
It's fucking weird the betting like shit with American. It's different than over here, isn't it? Like
And plus, they get it for free. If I put like a couple of quid on an NBA game, it gives me the full stream for no, so I can just like put
yeah.
like a fiver on, just watch like 5 NBA games, and just sort of spend my evening sort of half interested in something. I kind of really like grew a legitimate sort of respect for the sport. I don't really gamble too much anymore, but yeah, like it's just sort of stuck with me.
Well, I gotta go, fellas. I got a
Yeah.
social thing to go do.
It's cool. We were going to end in about 10 minutes anyway.
Yeah. Have fun,
Have
man.
fun.
Bye.
Yeah. Nice talking.
Just
You going to bet on the US election? Again, by the way, shout.
Hmm?
You going to bet on the US election?
Yeah, I was going to put Trump on, but his odds have I think leveled out a bit. It were like really, Biden were the favourite like by a big margin at one point, but I think it's pulled back a bit in polls now.
I think
I'm thinking Trump.
I'm thinking Trump again.
Yeah, the golden rule for American elections is not who people like more, it's who makes more of an impression, who is more out there, who's making more news lines. So I think Trump is going to get reelected.
It was saying with Brexit, I didn't think that we're going to win though. That were more that the odds were just too fucking good. Like it was like 3.5 or something, and so I just put like 30 quid on, got like 100 back.
I do just have some breaking news. There will be an NFL game on Channel 5 at it's going to be Tuesday the 15th of September at 15 minutes past midnight. So that's kind of a Monday in a way. Let's just say midnight on Monday on Channel 5.
If I could watch it, I'd watch it, guys, via internet. But I gotta get up early on Tuesday, packing stuff.
Joe Biden currently on Betfair is 1.8 in decimals. I have in decimals because I do match betting occasionally, and Trump is 2.1. So they're about neck and neck, but I think Biden's going to edge it.
1-1. So if you put 20 on Trump, what would be the outcome of that then?
You get 20. You get 40 something back, like £41, £40, £50, something like that.
Okay. That's pretty good. Pretty good odds.
Same for Biden. If you put like 20 on him, you get like 38 back.
Oh, so Trump's doing better. Trump's got better odds then.
Trump's doing worse. Like the more money you get back, the worse. Like Kanye's 500.1. So like if you put like 500 quid on him, if you put £100 on him, you get like 500 back, or 5,000 back. Sorry.
I'd be curious. I'd be very curious. What are the odds for Bernie Sanders?
He is not currently on it. Mike Pence is on it.
But wait, Kanye West is on it, but
Kanye West is on it. Mike Pence is on it. Kamala Harris is 67-1.
Kamala Harris is half Pakistani, you know.
And she was a cop.
I think it's the Pakistani thing that's the important thing.
Did they have Curry in America?
Not to the liberals. They don't like her because she's a cop. All blacks don't like her. It's like, yo, you was an Uncle Tom. You was being put on, he's in jail.
Well, yeah, because she's half Pakistani, so she's not going to be loyal to that. And she's from Jamaica. She's not African American.
Well,
I mean, her dad's half
but
Jamaican.
the entire reason that she was brought in as VP is because she's black. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
I mean,
black.
during all this fucking racially motivated tension, if you brought in fucking big fucking white guy with a slick haircut and a big grin, do you reckon he's going to pull in all the black vote? Not really, but if he thinks, let's get a black chick in, I think he's going to appease the liberal crowd more.
Yeah,
so it's an obvious play. Do you think Joe Biden would win the election with another white guy next to him?
Yeah, I think he would have a better chance even. Kamala Harris isn't just about being black. She's also a law and order person.
Yeah, she's a woman. That's her other quality. She's a black woman.
No, but be honest. Think about this. Like, how many people actually know anything about Kamala Harris other than like, she's fucking Pakistani and black and woman or whatever. Like she's
And
like
a cop.
I didn't even know that she's a fucking cop. All I know is that
She's like a cop police chiefy sort of thing. She's been involved with police and stuff like that.
All I know is that she was a diversity hire, and I'm pretty sure most.
She's also got some anti-liberal sentiments too. She's not uber left-leaning. She's quite centralist, I believe.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? Do you mean liberal in the sense of
I mean, she's like she's not pro. I think she's like quite and she's like not got open drug policies and stuff like that. Like she's not hyper liberal like what like.
Well, there's a different. Well, the Antifa aren't really liberal, hardcore left.
Well, I know, but that's kind of like.
Oh yeah, the modern. I guess words change with the time.
It's kind of like. They can't appease everyone, but I think Kamala Harris is probably the one that could sort of. They can appease a couple of right wing sort of people by going, look,
but then the right
strong woman in who's being a cop and stuff. We're obviously not going to let this unrest go on for much longer. We're going to bring a strong fucking candidate in with Joe. They've got a woman in. They've got a black person in. It definitely feels like it's her qualities. Those qualities are more important than anything she believes in or anything.
That's what I mean. It's also. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Frankly, to be honest, I would kind of prefer Biden because that means there's less QAnon. Maybe there's less autistic QAnon shit. Maybe if we're lucky, and that means less QAnon in Germany.
So bothered by QAnon. It's not something I really care about. It's not something I've seen it. I just don't really...
Okay, let me explain. For me, I see the average German as a rational, calm, cool, and collected individual. Like maybe they're not all smart, they're not all educated, but at the core of their being, they're rational. They think before they speak. And then I see this kind of shit that's going on in the U.S. with people burning stuff, setting stuff on fire, beating the shit out of each other. All this riots and stuff. And then I see these QAnon people who are doing the exact same shit as the American rioters, and then they're swinging around these flags and all this shit. And I don't want this kind of crap in Germany. I do not want these kind of crazy fucking violent protesters in Germany. I don't care if they're black or white or they're left wing or right wing. I don't want this shit coming from the US to Germany. And it just.
Were there any Black Lives Matter protests in Germany?
I think
time where they were everywhere. So I know there were a few.
I think
global at one point.
There's like a couple fucking college students in Munich or something.
We're in Poland where some fucking uni students are doing it, and they got fucking kicked out or some shit.
Yeah, I think they're in I don't know, like Belarus or something.
Yeah, they're like, oh, you feel like we've got some inequality here, dear? Yeah, well, fuck off.
Yeah, you don't like it, you go back to Namibia or some shit. Yeah.
We've got 3 minutes.
As well, they kicked out. They were uni students over there, trying to fucking do something.
Yeah, so that's the reason I don't like this whole QAnon thing, because I don't want this bullshit, stupid shit American protest culture coming to Germany. No interest in that. And that's the.
We need a White Lives Matter protest in Japan because there's a stat that a lot of white guys get convicted of rape and a lot of crimes over there and stuff.
No, but that
at least.
Well, that's not really. I would say more the fucking Jake Paul guys thinking, oh, Japanese people are submissive, and then they meet and.
No, it's an over-policing by the Japanese because they've got racist feelings towards us. White Lives Matter.
There was actually a football team in Japan that put up a sign that said "No whites."
Well, yeah, because that's fucking Japan. Because they see people like fucking Jake Paul, like the average American tourist in Japan is acting like a fucking retard. So.
Got 2 minutes.
You can't really blame them.
That's kind of I acted like that when I was abroad. I'm not like a massive retard, but I'm there to have fun. I'm not there to be all fucking stoic and bored. I'm cracking jokes in Chernobyl.
Well, yeah, and shit, there's nobody around in Chernobyl. But like,
no, not to the tour guides and shit.
It's like, so how many of your kids have 3 arms? Like that kind of stuff. Or like,
no, like I don't know. It was just certain things like they were just like trying to hype up the experience for like for the guests and stuff. To like try and make it seem more than it were. Like we're going, oh yeah, don't step on this moss and stuff.
1 minute remaining.
It'll have absorbed. It could have absorbed radioactive thingy and stuff, and you're not going to disturb things. I'm like, oh, okay, maybe
stick your dick in it. Yeah.
And then 3 hours in, we've been walking through nothing but moss. And then they decide to like start picking up again. I'm like, well, what's the difference between this moss that just been walking through this moss over here? And Joe like just like picking on things and Joe being a bit of an arsehole and stuff.
Yeah, but I think there's more of a difference because in Japan they don't really expect you to do that kind of stuff. It's also from the culture because the Japanese culture is very quiet and relaxed and very overly cordial. So they're express and combine that with the average American tourist to be like, oh Linda, look at this fucking thing here, and just screaming around like monkeys and shit.
10 seconds, guys. Final closing statements.
So
that's why they're all in.
You never know anyway, Charlie. It might be like asbestos or something. You might have radiation poisoning right now.
Okay, fine. What a crap note to end things on. Okay, good night, everyone. Thank you for tuning in.
Good night.
It's actually super over.
But he asked me that